So you're just crazy in a retard kind of way then, huh?
What is the major problem, do you think?
Too much hormones.
That sounds like you're saying Jews.
You little bastard, you attacked my stepson?
Oh, you sound racist. Good. Yes. Yes, I am.
Wow. And there will be gorilla shit all over the Omni.
Oh, no. Oh, jeez.
Nobody's saying you can't own a gun. Nobody's even saying you can't carry a gun. All we're saying is you can't carry a gun in town.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme. We're too wild. We're too out of control. We're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Oh, good morning, boys and girls. Welcome. Time to... Oh, whoopsie daisy. We didn't change the text. How many memberships are we from 500? I had a really great line that I was ready to start today's show with. 76. It's a patriotic number. 76 away from 600. What are we talking about today? Paid Candace opposition, State of the Union, Gonzo. I think I did Gonzo Gonzales the other day, but we have an update on him. Mexican violence, which is the spiciest kind. Welcome to the program. Ready? This is the great line I had ready for today's show. Ready? Wipe those sleepers out of your peepers. It's steel toe time. I hope you've got the sleepers out, your peepers. We've got a great show for you today. I'm very excited about it. It's all fun. It's all jokes and pranks and gags. It's a lot of interesting news. A lot of interesting news on the Candace Owens front. Yeah. Apparently, Candace Owens really, shook up a hornet's nest. Even though I'm saying that completely wrong, like English is my second language. Sound like fucking Patrick Bet-David. Did you know a hand in the bird is two in the bush? And that a hand in the bush is two birds in your house? So how do you get the birds out of your house? And why is Trump the best president who ever lived? He's the biggest retard I think I've ever watched. Like Patrick Bet-David, I am glad that this civil war on the right is happening. Because now the right can get rid of all of its libtard people, like Patrick Bet-David. And I don't mean libtard in they're liberal or they believe in lefty things. I mean their attitude and the way they argue is that of the blue-haired leftists they make fun of. I was watching an interview yesterday with Patrick Bet-David, and he was trying to do an Own the Libs segment with that David Pakman guy. Now, I disagree with a lot of what David Pakman believes. But I think he's an intelligent guy. I think he makes really rationalized and well thought out arguments. I just think he's wrong. But he was on there with Patrick Bet-David and David Pakman. It was hard for them to get a conversation going because David Pakman would make a very easy to understand argument, and then Patrick Bet-David would spend 90 seconds completely misrepresenting it. And Pakman would be like, no, I have to stop you. what you just said I said is not what I said. Like David Pakman would be like, I think Donald Trump is doing the wrong things for America, and I think a lot of his policies are going to lead to bad things. Now, whether you agree or disagree with that, that's what he said. So then Patrick Bet-David goes, all right, so you are saying that Biden is the greatest president who ever lived. Well, let me tell you all the bad things Biden did. And he's like, David Pakman will go, no, you don't understand. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not defending Joe Biden at all. I'm talking about Donald Trump. He goes, hey, man, you have to stop interrupting me you're interrupting a lot. It's like you keep not listening to what I say, and then it's like David Pakman didn't have to be on the show with him. Literally, Patrick Bet-David could have put a straw man, literally a man made of hay, in the chair and just yelled at him for 2 hours. Yes, I watched the entire 2-hour video. Look, that's not what I do with my free time. It's for me, all right? But I'm glad we're having this civil war on the right because we can burn out a lot of this dead wood. And I like that. That's an encouraging sign. Phantom X says, my brother in Christ, you watch Sam Cedar. Patrick Bet-David is leagues above Sam. I'm sorry, Sam Cedar fucking annihilated Patrick Bet-David when he was on his show. I mean, because Bet-David's retarded. You also know that Patrick Bet-David ran a pyramid scheme, right? You know he ran a multi-level marketing scam. You know that's how he made his money? Was he basically preyed on the hopes and dreams? By the way, PBD even said it himself. He basically preyed on the dreams of young Latino women. That's why Alex Stein should hate PBD. He preyed on the big booty Latinas. And he sold them a pyramid scheme that they were going to be these great insurance salesmen. And basically where he made all of his money was the fees in people recruiting other people. And this Assyrian piece of shit had the audacity. You know what? Tomorrow's members only show is exposing the Patrick Bet-David multi-level marketing scam. We're going to do that. So anyway, Patrick Bet-David had the audacity, this Iranian huckster, to call his company PHP, which stood for People Helping People. Yeah, PBD is a scam artist, a ripoff artist, an English as a second language Persian rug salesman. He's a piece of shit and he sucks. And Adam Sosnick is at least funny in how awful he is. Anyway, welcome to the show. Ablo Pacheco says, so he was basically the insurance version of Herbalife. Right, except instead of stay-at-home moms, it was single Latino women. So, yeah, no, Herbalife is that's a very good way to explain it. So, yeah, if you ever want to go down the Patrick Bet-David rabbit hole, I fully encourage everyone to watch as much Patrick Bet-David as you can, because eventually you will not be able to escape the fact that he's a giant piece of shit. And dumb. He's a dumb guy. His political takes are complete horseshit. Coltrane says he was the insurance version of Social Security. Not necessarily. If you pay into Social Security, you will get at least something back. For example, we have a Social Security trust fund that's due to run out in 10 years because we've been borrowing from it. If you break down our debt, it's really fun to break down our national debt if you're a complete fucking dork. We owe $39 trillion. $1 trillion is to China, $1 trillion is to Japan, and then there's probably about $1 trillion out there. We owe about anywhere from $4 to $8 trillion of our $39 trillion in debt to other countries. And then you've got, it basically breaks down almost into thirds or quarters. There's another third, or another quarter, that we owe to the Federal Reserve. There's another quarter of our debt that we owe to people who buy treasury bonds. You know, you buy treasury bonds. I don't know, what's the largest treasury bond right now? Is it 30 or 50 year? They want to create a 100-year treasury bond. They want to basically finance our debt by just pushing out the due date of the bill. We're paying credit cards with credit cards at this point. But another quarter of that debt is owed to, investors who own T-bills. The rest of it, about $8 to $9 trillion of our debt, is straight up owed to ourselves. We just owe it to, we've been stealing it from elderly people. We've been stealing a quarter of our debt from Social Security, and that's why the Social Security Trust Fund is running out. So the good news about I've become less of a national debt guy as I read up on what our national debt was. Because if you read up on what our national debt is, it's numbers on a computer screen. It doesn't exist. The debt doesn't exist. So you have the Federal Reserve. We can nuke that whenever we want. We'll never have to pay them. Japan and China, the money we owe them, you can print. Honestly, if you can print a trillion to save the banks, you can print $1 trillion to get us out of debt with those two countries. Then you have the treasury bills, which kind of take care of themselves. They're traded on the free market. But the two big chunks of our debt, Social Security, we can just tell people to go fuck themselves. That's not good. Social Security, or what they call intragovernmental debts is what they're officially called. But it's mostly the boomers paid in all that money to Social Security, and we were just like, we were just ripping it out of there. And then the Federal Reserve, who you can just fucking round up and kill. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, fuck the elderly. I pay for all of their statins. They are stealing from me. Well, they are living too long. So that is theft. Bong Time says, how can our Social Security should be running out when we pay into that shit every fucking check? Great question. So in the 80s, Reagan created a Social Security Trust Fund. He and Tip O'Neill came up with this great idea that was the Social Security Trust Fund. And it would take the surplus. Consider this. We had a fucking surplus in Social Security at one point. And it would put it in this fund. Social Security Trust Fund. And that's what we would use because this is back when we could see problems coming and then we would solve them. So the problem we saw coming was that all these boomers are going to retire. What are we going to do? And so in the 80s, they said, we'll create this fund. And then when we have a shortage in the late 90s or early 2000s, we will start dipping into this trust fund to make up for the shortage in payments that are coming in. And that'll balance the whole thing out. That'll navigate the whole problem of what are we going to do until the boomers die? Because once the boomers die, we've basically got a one-to-one payment system. So we have this Social Security Trust Fund, but then we also had this thing where we wanted to bomb the fuck out of everybody and give billionaires shitloads of tax cuts. Instead of letting the economy work like it does and letting working class people get their money, keep their money, and then they have to live, they have to eat, they have to buy groceries, they have to buy cars, they have to buy all this stuff, insurance, whatever, and just letting that naturally flow to the top. We just figured we would cut out the middleman with these criminal blackmailed government organizations. We would just cut out the middleman and hand all those billionaires money. And we would raid Social Security to do it. And we would raid Social Security to go to war with brown people for Israel. And now we're sitting here with about $8 to $10 trillion in what's called intragovernmental debt. Guys, studying is fun, no matter. Anyway, so I don't know how we got on that. Something about Patrick Bet-David ripping off people on insurance. 09 Canyon says, my dad said, I hate it when people write in and they say my dad said or my mom said or somebody else, because I don't want to call their mom or dad dumb. So I hope this is a really good take. 09 Canyon says, my dad said the problem with Social Security is that people get to take out of it who have never put into it. It will always be short. Made sense to me, so I assume it's true. Do people who don't pay into Social Security collect? People who do not pay into Social Security generally cannot collect retirement benefits, as it is a system based on earning at least 40 credits, which is 10 years of work. So it's like a union pension. You get vested. Exceptions include spouses, ex-spouses, or survivors of qualifying workers. Some exempt individuals, such as certain clergy or public employees, may have separate pensions. So to be eligible for Social Security benefits, you need to pay Social Security taxes for at least 10 years. I'm already vested, bitch. I'm already in that shit. Now, you do have things like Social Security disability. But again, a lot of that stuff was supposed to be funded. A lot of that stuff was supposed to be taken care of by the trust fund. And we used it to bomb the shit out of people. Yay! Anyway, it's a little story about the debt. How about Fauci's Pangolin says, how about illegals? Wouldn't work. The thing about illegals getting Social Security, if you don't get a registered Social Security number, sometimes illegals will get fake Social Security numbers, but here's illegal aliens. The reason that Democrats and Republicans both want them is because illegals kind of prop up Social Security. I'll explain how. Say you get fake documentation. You get a fake Social Security number. You're an illegal. That Social Security number cannot withdraw funds from Social Security because in the system, it doesn't exist. You can't pay it out to anybody. But if you present it to an employer, it looks good. It looks legit. You're set. So they will, the employer will withhold Social Security taxes. So that illegal alien is paying into Social Security. They will never be able to take any from it. As long as they're illegal, they will never be able to claim Social Security funds because that number, if you take it to the government, doesn't exist. But if you take it to your employer, they go, looks good to me. I'm not going to ask any questions. So again, Social Security will be taken out. Illegals will pay into the system, never be able to pay out. That's why a lot of these politicians are hesitant to do mass deportations because a lot of it is, any Ponzi scheme. And Social Security, it has some hallmarks of a Ponzi scheme. There's also rampant mismanagement. But any Ponzi scheme, you need new blood to pump in money. What better blood to pump in money than blood that doesn't get any blood out? It just deposits in. Darkness Rising says Democrats love slaves. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says burn the rich, shame the elderly, eat at Wawa. $5 crispy chicken sandwich available at all locations. Somebody too says, why do Somalians need Social Security when they can just open a daycare? Because they're fucking dumb. Okay, wait. I should have explained why I shouldn't just yell things like because Somalis are, I need to learn how to not do that on the show. I need to learn how to explain first because it sounds like I just called all Somalis fucking dumb and that's not what I meant. Stop cheering. Why do Somalians need Social Security when they can just open a daycare? Because Somalians are dumb with the way they do daycare fraud. Like, Somalis would be fine and nobody would ever know they're ripping off the taxpayers if they would just do it the way white people and black people do it. And that's round up here, round up there, a little bit here, a little bit there. Instead, they go, ooh, we have 4,000 people eating at this shoebox restaurant. Say, fuck. Somebody's going to catch on to that at some point, dipshit. What you do is you go, how many did you serve? You served 365? Cool, we served 400 today. And then you make 35 extra. They take too big of bites out of the system. Silverwolf with $1 says, yeah, just print the money to pay off the debt. Worked really well for Germany after World War I. Right, yeah, this guy gets it. No. Los Federales with $1 says, who's the Pangea-looking motherfucker that keeps getting kicked out of all of Trump's State of the Unions? Are you talking, now, you got to be more specific. Are you talking about Al Green or are you talking about Ilhan Omar? Chips and Diff says, because they have a lower IQ than an orangutan. Aaron, get it right. That's not what I said. Fauci's Pangolin with $1 says, can orangutans get Social Security? We weren't talking about orangutans. Okay? We weren't talking about them. Please. Thank you. Thank you for the dollars, by the way. Worth noting, before I started the show, I was feeling wiped this morning. I'm not now. I'm fired up. Let's go, baby. Let's go. But I was feeling a little wiped this morning because we did a way longer than I thought it would be, State of the Union. If I would have known how long the State of the Union was going to go last night, I would have started the show at 7. But we started at 6 and we made a fortune. The audience was incredibly generous. The likes of Diane and Flinty Gecko. And I keep confusing Ryobi for Annoyed Wawa Supervisor. My apologies. And a bunch of other people were insanely generous. They got us back to a perfect week, and they also created a bank. I decided to award that bank mostly to the evening show, but I gave you guys a little piece. So let's keep her perfect because we've only got 3 G words left to go this week. It's not Orangutan Wednesday, by the way, 09 Canyon. So I was, I watched that State of the Union. We watched it here on the show. Thank you, everybody who joined us and hit like and all that happy horse shit and, gave to the show. But that was way too long, man, 4 hours. And then 4 hours, and we did like 8.5 hours of show. God damn. So we're going to have a nice, easy one today. I woke up. I was like, man, I'm a little shot. Then we start talking about Social Security and debt, and we're shitting on Patrick Bet David. I just started. I got so happy. So we have a great show today. I want you to vote with your dollars on this one, and then I'll get a good idea of how you feel. Johnny's not going to be here today. Johnny texted me before I even woke up this morning. He said the reason he gave was he had trouble getting to sleep last night. So he didn't sleep very well. So he's going to take today off. I believe also tomorrow is the funeral. And so he's nervous and he's kind of worked up about that. So I think that's legit. So Johnny's not going to be here today, but we have an insanely good show that I'm remarkably excited for today. Balls Deep with $5. Thank you for starting us off with the $5 start off. Los Federales started us off. By the way, congratulations to Los Federales on his promotion. Congratulations, buddy. Balls Deep says, orangutans never stole my shit. Just saying. Yeah. By the way, YouTube, when these guys talk about orangutans, they're just talking about orangutans. There's no reason to dig any further into that. They're just being silly billies. I'm not supposed to be here says, oh my God, did you just talk about Social Security for 15 minutes? Dude, the only reason I'm not still talking about Social Security and not still talking about the debt is because everybody would be gone. Everyone would. I understand. It's a dorky topic. I love it. I absolutely love looking at how our government actually works versus how we're told it works. It's fun to learn about to a point. Someone just said RIP YouTube stream. Did it really? Oh, you son of a bitch. I actually did go and check. Thank you to Silverwolf for the $10. Look at us going up there off the top rope with the 10 spot. It's Silverwolf. He says, goodbye, cripple. That's not, no. Good. It's not good, but we're not saying goodbye, cripple. That's not very nice. Thank you very much for the $10. I appreciate it. We're not saying goodbye, cripple. OR Dystopia says, yeah. What's your favorite Oasis song, if there is one? I'm not a big Oasis guy. The only Oasis song I do like is Champagne Supernova, and even then, just a little. I'm not supposed to be here says, oh my God, you're going to pull up the debt clock like every econ teacher? No. In fact, we talked about it today. Most of our debt doesn't matter. Most of our debt is bullshit. The debt we owe to the Federal Reserve, we can kill those guys whenever we want. I'm sorry. I mean, audit the Fed. I'll be like every other libertarian, and I won't say things like we should bomb the Fed or kill everyone at the Fed. That's wrong to say. You shouldn't say that. So I'll say it the way that libertarians say it. Audit the Fed. There. I support auditing the Federal Reserve. Orangutans. Here we go. I think that's how you do it, right? Silverwolf with $1 says, oh, we aren't? Then I want my money back. No, we're not banned on YouTube. It's just Johnny's not coming in today. MSO says, I bet Johnny is getting paid anyway. Well, paid family leave. It's Minnesota law now. I paid Oz for last week. I'll pay Johnny for this week. It's paid leave. What do you think they're taking that extra 1% out of my payroll for? Huh? So, all right, we got a great show today. I'm excited. You guys are clearly fired up. The chat's going all fucking 8s and 9s. We appreciate it. Matthew Q says, okay, Gavin Newsom. I'm not Gavin Newsom. Glue FPV, we hate to lose listeners, but he's mad at me because we've been making money. He says, this is too boring to hate watch. I'll be back for the begging. Guys, let's go and do Glue FPV a favor. Let's make it so there is no begging today, which has actually been more common than not in the morning shows lately. So I'm really sorry to disappoint Glue. Glue is mad. Anytime someone goes, yeah, I can't even hate watch this. First of all, they're still hate watching. And number two, it means you're doing a really good fucking show. It means you're way too fucking talented, and it's kind of triggering them. All right, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's kill it today. You guys are already pushing 500, on our way to 6, and then right on our way to 700 today. Thank you very, very much. We got a little Gavin Newsom update. Gavin's claiming that audience he said all that fucked up black shit to was white. That the SAT stuff and, Lord, he has a retard just like you, boss. All that stuff Gavin Newsom was doing, he said it in front of a bunch of white people. And there is some photo evidence to show that he might be right. But first, to show that a retarded blind Muslim squirrel can find a nut every now and again, Sneeko did something funny yesterday. Sneeko is a Twitch or Kick. I think it's Kick, which is all those guys should be getting off of Kick because that's like the blue sky of streaming. It's like Filipinos. But Sneeko, who's usually really cringe and douchey, was stream sniping Ben Shapiro's State of the Union special where he brings a bunch of Jews on to talk about how great Israel is for America. And Sneeko decided that he would brigade Ben Shapiro's chat and just write Free Palestine in it. Now, this is kind of funny, and I worry that Sneeko's going to ruin it by doing the internet guy thing where he looks too closely into someone's facial expressions and assumes they're doing something, which is kind of a loser thing to do. So, and clearly you can tell by her facial expression that she's fucking triggered. No. This is Sneeko hijacking Ben Shapiro's chat and just flooding it with Free Palestine. Here we go.
Total domination.
I think there's a lot to glean from some
Total
of the
look at it!
But there's a lot of optimism to have to know that our country is back.
See, this is kind of cringe internet shit because I don't think Ben Shapiro has his chat up. Ben Shapiro has what? Probably tens of thousands of people watching him at once. And then however many bots the Daily Wire bought because they're insecure with where they're at right now. I don't think Ben is looking at his chat. I don't. I think he has people working at the studio that are monitoring the chat, bringing shit up if they need to. I don't think Ben's reading his chat. I think this is the cortisol spike. This is a classic live on the internet guy thing to do where you get that cortisol spike and you're wound tight and everything else, and you have to pretend that the other guy is really pissed off. The anti-steel toe crowd does this with me all the time where they're like, he thinks this, and that. And I'm like, holy shit, I did not know that about myself. It's almost like you're pulling that out of your asshole. So as much as I hate Ben Shapiro and I think he fucking sucks and he's terrible, I don't think he's reading the Free Palestines in his chat.
So, Michael, actually, no, I've barred Drew from this conversation for too long, and I can see that he really, really wants to talk about the State of the Union address.
I actually do want to say something, though, about what Isabel said and what Noel said before. I think the great triumph...
Yeah, like, see, it says Free Palestine, W, Sneeko and shit, but, like, I don't think any of these people know this is going on. I don't think... First of all, I have to ask a question. People are hard on Johnny on this show, and they say mean stuff, but forgive me for being a hypocrite here. But does the Daily Wire get like a disability exemption? Do they get like a tax credit for employing Andrew Klavan? Because I've never heard anyone online or offline say, hey, man, did you see the Andrew Klavan show today? He had a really great take on this thing. I've never, if I hadn't seen Andrew Klavan on like Ben Shapiro clips, I wouldn't know what an Andrew Klavan was. He's a guy. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. He's not Jewish, right? He's a Shabbos goy for Ben and Company. And he's there. They're paying him. I don't know why. They let Candace Owens go. They let Brett Cooper go. But Andrew Klavan is Steven at Candyland. And he's, I miss you like I miss a rock in my shoe. I miss you like a hog miss slop, like a baby miss mammy's titty. That's Andrew Klavan. He's boring and dry as all hell, but I don't know. He carries golf clubs or something like that. Mike Go says, chat moves way too fast for those big shows. It's impossible to read it. Yeah, I wonder what that's like. Phantom X says, Andrew Klavan is the bald Emmett Brown. Yeah, I'll go with that. He's a DEI hire for Jewish people. Zen Man with $1 says, Cliff Klavan has a podcast? The guy from Cheers? I'd watch it. Yeah, no, Cliff Klavan would have a much better show than Andrew Klavan. You remember those episodes of Cheers where Cliff would come in and go, hey, how you doing there, Sammy? Yeah, I got a brother, Andrew. Yeah, he's really big into Reagan. Yeah. People may not know this, but did you know that Ronald Reagan was a scratch golfer? Oh, yeah. I got a guy at the post office, works with Reagan. Says scratch. I was actually turning Cliff Klavan into a Seinfeld character there towards the end. So no, I don't think Ben Shapiro was triggered by Sneeko. I think Ben has many more problems. I think that Daily Wire thing, and they're good problems to have. I think that Daily Wire thing, the problem they're having is they're not as popular as they used to be, but they're probably still doing gigantic numbers for like average stream. Like the fact that Andrew Klavan has a job tells you that the Daily Wire is probably doing fine. Because if the Daily Wire was in any kind of trouble, you could cut Andrew Klavan and most of your problems would be solved. I'm sure they've got a giant bloated staff of too many people doing producer work, clipping, all this other shit that get paid way more than what they produce. I'm sure there's a lot of red meat at the Daily Wire. Plus, Israel's not going to let them fail at all. Phantom X says, not going to lie, Andrew Klavan has some base Twitter takes. We've got an Andrew Klavan fan, boys and girls. Mad Max Mardigan said, Aaron, why does your Andrew Klavan sound like white Tracy Morgan? You want to know what the worst part about that is? That was a Cliff Klavan impression. That was a John Ratzenberger impression from Cheers. Oh, boy. Daily Wire must do good on subscriptions, says Dorkness Rising. Yeah, I think they still do okay. I just think they're way down from their peak. And everybody is. I mean, especially on YouTube. Like, YouTube started going to that shorts algorithm. You do long form shit now, you're getting a fraction of what you used to. I mean, that, like we said, that armchair historian, he's retiring this year. He's done. He said, I'm not going to make YouTube clips anymore. Because long form content just doesn't get the looks and the reach that it used to. Just, and he was really cool about it. He was like, it's not good or bad. It's just the way shit is. Kraken Slappin says, wait a minute, Andrew Dice Klavan? No, I don't think so. Although Andrew Dice Klavan would be a better character for the Daily Wire. Hickory dickory dock. They can't go in the gym men's room without a cock. Go! Actually, you're kind of selling me on Andrew Dice Klavan. Miss Tejas says, Ben has resting bitch face. That's just menopause. He'll grow out of it. Ben will be fine. Or puberty. I can't remember which track he's on. It's either the hormones from puberty or the hormones from menopause. One or the other. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Ben knows that he can always fall back on his cash cow. Abby Shapiro's honking milkers. His sister does have comically large tits. But, that's another, you age out of that too. You age out of that, too. Balls Deep. Oh, they had a name. Did you guys know they had a name for Andrew Klavan's show? But it was censored. Head House Goyam. I didn't know that. That's good for Andrew. Oh, Lord, boss, we's talking good about Israel today, Lordy. All right, so I don't think Ben Shapiro was triggered by Sneeko. Welcome to the show, boys and girls. Already up over 500, a half hour into the show. We're going to get up to 6 today. Then let's get up to 7. Then let's go to 14,000. I think we should get to 14,000 people today. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting follow. Thank you. Okay, let's go into our first little fun, silly, holy shit story of the day. Then we'll get into Mexican drug cartel violence. Then, speaking of the Daily Wire, I'm going to give Matt Walsh some props today. He said something that's probably going to get him killed by Mossad. And then my feature moment for today, my feature bit, in my opinion, is this Candace Owens, Erika Kirk stuff. There is a paid movement that is offering people money. It's been confirmed by the people who have rejected it. Whether it's Republican groups, whether it's Turning Point USA, whether it's Zionist groups, whatever. I just said pretty much the same three things. They are offering people money to go on social media, kind of the $7,000. They're offering the blood money again to go after Candace Owens and to just rip her a new one for this Erika Kirk documentary she's doing, Bride of Charlie. Now, I've been around long enough to know when shit is a problem and to know when shit is just blather. What happened to Alex Jones when he started really peaking out in popularity and people started saying, wow, Alex Jones is right? They hit him with that multi-billion-dollar judgment on that lawsuit. Now, Alex Jones could have survived that lawsuit, and if he would have had to pay each family a couple $1,000,000, he would have been fine. And by the way, a couple $1,000,000 a family, that would have been fine. $10, $15 million judgment. I think that's more than fair. They made it $1 billion because they wanted to own and control Alex Jones, and now Alex's jets have been cooled. That's because Alex was getting a little too close to the satellite dish there, and they live. Same thing's happening with Candace. Now, let me grant the anti-Candace crowd something. She's nuts. She's crazy. She's shoving marbles up her ass. 100% I agree with you. But Alex shoves marbles up his ass too. That doesn't make him wrong. Crazy doesn't make you wrong. And when it comes to Erika Kirk, what frustrates me about the people attacking Candace for this Erika Kirk stuff is that everything she said and everything she's about to say about Erika Kirk, we've said on our show, and you can look it up. It's easy to look up. I think our guy Coop on YouTube has done documentaries on this already. So Candace isn't wrong. But I do know that when people are close to the truth, when they're nailing it, out comes the money, out comes the organized dissent, out comes the attacks. If you're full of shit and just ranting conspiracy theories, the establishment leaves you alone. In fact, if anything, they'll try to co-opt you and be like, he'll just be our controlled opposition because he's so retarded, he makes us look good by comparison. I feel like the right did that with a lot of lefties for a while there. So Candace Owens has this new documentary coming out, and all of a sudden you saw people tweeting the same thing. Candace is a demon. Candace is a demon. Candace is a demon. And you saw people making videos calling her a demon and evil and all of this stuff. And you're like, wow, it really seems like all these people have this same take at about 11:25 in the morning. And then you start, all of a sudden, this slow trickle of tweets starts coming out from conservative influencers. And they say, I just got offered a bunch of money to shit on Candace Owens. Here's the email that I got. And they've started showing receipts. And now that gay, bitchy, gossipy Milo, he's threatening to turn over what he's got and the people who were offered and haven't said anything yet. So I think Milo said he's giving people till the end of business today to admit they were offered money to shit on Candace. Otherwise, he's naming names. And Milo will name names. So we'll get to that a little bit later today. I'm excited about it. But first, dog food. It's What's for Dinner. Let's do a fun little school segment to start today's show. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I don't want to do all politics today and run people off. So we're going to do some of this cutesy shit, and then we'll get back into the heavier stuff in just a little while. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. We are 76 memberships away from 600. Start a golden shower in the chat, and let's have a great day for the toe.
A developing story at Madison East High School. A mother says a staff...
What is that lady? Oh my God. What market is this? Channel 3000? I didn't know they went that high now. News 3 Now. Where is the, I'm guessing DC?
Member fed her autistic son dog food instead of school lunch.
Our Tanasia Shaw is here with...
Most frustrating part, kid could taste absolutely every ingredient. He's a savant.
More. And Tanasia, we understand the student involved here is nonverbal.
She looks like a painting of one of the founding fathers. Can't get it out of your head now, can you? She looks like a painting of an 1800s general. Oh my God, it's Madison.
Yes, and the mom told...
And she does not look like a drawing. She looks like the person who was forced to hang up the portraits of the founding fathers. This is not okay, you guys. Look, come on. It's a professional show.
Told me staff gave her 15-year-old son the can of dog food. Now she wants to hold staff at Madison East accountable. And we also heard from Madison school officials.
In fairness, when you have free lunch programs, this is about what you get.
You can't be safe at school. Where could you be safe at?
That's Deborah Hawks.
You can't feed black kids dog food. That's a bad look. You feed a white kid dog food, you can probably get away with it a little if you try to like play it off as ironic or like he was a real bag of shit. Can't feed black people dog food. You can't make monkey noises. You can't do anything monkey related. That looks bad. You can't do slavery lessons with cotton. You can't feed black people dog food. There's a lot of shit to black students you just can't do. I mean, you can do it clearly, but you can't if you want to stay out of the bad news cycle. By the way, this is a very poor school, you can tell, because they just covered up some TV production studio's green screen with cabinetry.
Reaction after she learned what her son had for lunch.
If it was an accident, why? It can't be an accident.
Hawk's son.
And I'm just for argument's sake here, not making any kind of statement for or against. What if it was rib flavored? That doesn't make it okay. I'm just asking, what changes context?
Jaden Hawks is a freshman at Madison East. He has autism and is nonverbal. Deborah said a few weeks ago, staff sent her this picture.
He looked like he ate a little bit of something, at least 3, 4, 5 bites.
Everybody would try dog food. I mean, the curiosity is sitting in front of you long enough. It's gonna spark your curiosity. But 3, 4, 5 bites, that sounds like it took a while. If he didn't like it, it took him a while to decide. He was on the fence.
Also called Deborah, confirming someone gave Jaden this can of dog food for lunch.
And then when you give it to him, you give an autistic child a can.
And all they do is sit there reading the nutritional facts over and over and over and over and over and over and over. They'll never give it back. I love how they're saying you give an autistic child dog food. It's like giving any child dog food is shitty.
Dog food for lunch.
And then when you give it to him, you give an autistic child a can that he could cut himself with a plastic fork and a can. You might as well gave him a metal fork if you're going to give him a metal can. How is that?
And there will be gorilla shit all over the omelet.
That's not nice, Dusty.
Accident.
Jaden is usually nice and energetic, but after this incident, his moods have changed.
Jaden has been himself.
That's because he got that dog in him now. Woof, woof. He got that dog in him. Woof, woof. Something changed in him. Remember in Red Dawn where he said there's going to be something different about you from now on after C. Thomas Howell drank the deer blood? Same thing with the dog food.
According to Deborah,
now the kid, he's autistic. He's almost nonverbal, but he does walk in every day and goes, bow, wow, wow, yippee, yo, yippee, yay.
Visited East every day for roughly a week to get answers.
Allahu Akbar. Allah. Sorry, it looks like Muslim minarets. I apologize for my autism. I ate a big heaping spoonful of dog food this morning.
On Thursday, staff told Deborah that the person that gave Jaden the dog food was fired.
You don't need to work with nobody that is...
Doesn't need to work with anybody, darling. Come on, we're in the education business here. Don't make me feed you dog food.
Dependent, that needs somebody to depend on him.
News 3 Now can't share the name of the staff member since
I hate it when people use double negatives.
Madison School District did not confirm that person's involvement. Deborah wants staff involved to know how they hurt her family.
Even seeing this picture, how do you feel?
My heart hurt. My heart is broke.
Indigestion from the dog food.
Broke.
Heart is broke.
I feel like...
Not even her heart can pay its bills. That's not okay. Nope. No. I know what you're thinking. Aaron, you're on fire this morning. You're being hilarious. I'm laughing out loud at work. People are looking at me funny. It doesn't make it okay, you guys. That doesn't make it okay. An orangutan could do my job.
More like I don't got no control over what happens to my own kid.
God's in control.
The Madison School District said they cannot comment on students or employees because of privacy concerns, but they are investigating this situation. They also sent me a statement saying in part, quote, "We take all safety-related concerns extremely seriously, and this one is no exception. We will determine next steps following the outcome of our investigation."
I'm always interested in stories like this, like where someone, like to like give me the step-by-step of how this came into being. You know, who thought up the dog food? Because you had to open the can of dog food, so you had time to think about it. Like, I'm going to open this can of dog food. I'm going to put a spoon in it. I'm going to give it to this kid, and I'm going to make him, this autistic kid, eat the dog food. So there's a level of premeditation that goes into it. I don't want to shame the person who did it. I don't want to have like a big meeting where we all lecture them. I just want to sit down with a bucket of popcorn, because I'm fat, and I want to hear from them. I want to hear the story. I want to hear how we got here, essentially. $1 from Scouse Ghost says, now the kid's rubbing his ass all over the rug in the living room. God damn it. In fairness, we don't know if he did that before. So, Scouse Ghost asked if we covered the Tourette's guy at the BAFTA Awards. Oh, yeah, we did that one on Monday. We did the Tourette's guy on Monday. We burned that one real quick, that story. I'm not supposed to be here letting us know that cat food generally does taste better. Oh, well, look, it's important to do all the research. Diamonds and Henna says an adult gave him dog food. Oh my God, I thought it was mean kids at lunch. No, kids at lunch would never be that shitty to the nonverbal autistic kid. Just a lifetime of suffering and a lifetime of your dreams not coming true and then having to be around children all day, every day. That's the only kind of person who can do something as evil and terrible as forcing a nonverbal autistic kid to eat dog food. I talked to a Somali lady about this yesterday, and she said, it's kind of like bananas and rice. And I said, you know what? Fucking enough. I don't care, I guess. I just don't give a shit. Hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. Thank you for contributing to our stupid program. Bong Time says, here goes a funny Tourette's guy on a plane. Is this new? Tourette's guy on a plane. I'm not buying this. This is 9 years ago. I'm already not buying this. This smacks of like trying to go viral.
I'm scared of heights.
Oh, maybe not.
Full details are available for you in our travel. I want to hug your babies. We're pleased to have you on board.
Oh no, this is a shoot. This is a shoot. Kid's too good of an actor if he's not really having Tourette's.
Hey, marry me, bitch. I'll buy you a car. Hey, Cleo. It's a fucking Cleo. Nice arse.
Nice arse is like my new favorite catchphrase. Nice arse. I didn't know they let Husey fly.
I feel uncomfortable. Fuck. Oh, thank you. I just. We're smuggling cocaine.
We're smuggling cocaine. See, now this seems like a shoot, like a legit Tourette's thing. Because, like, not everything is fuck, ass, piss, N-word, blah, blah, blah. Like, you're going to say nonsensical stuff like, I want to give you a big hug. Some of it's going to be silly. Silly Billy shit.
Gentlemen working alongside me in the cabin today are Deborah, Amy, and I'm a drug mule. Fuck. Hey. Require full attention as we take you through the safety features on this aircraft. It's an Airbus A320. You're gorgeous. Fuck. Hey. To secure the right your waist and firmly. Work the way I like it.
Work the way I like it.
For the bouquet. I want to marry you. Fuck off. There are 2 doors at the front of the cabin.
I want to marry you. That's a sweet thing to say to somebody.
One right. Someone open the window. Fuck. In the centre of the cabin at row 12 and 13, there are 4 overwing window exits on the left and on the right. There's a flat tire.
All exits must be clear for takeoff and landing.
You're gorgeous. Fuck now.
You know what? Tourette's is basically your inner monologue, but you have no ability to keep it in. Because, like, you ever just think weird shit that's apropos of nothing that's going on? I do that all the time. Like, my brain will think thoughts. Like, if I'm on a plane, I might think something like, oh, funny if I said I was a drug mule right now, blah, blah. And then Tourette's is just like, all right, sounds good, let's do it. And you're like, no, Tourette's, don't. And then you shout out, I'm a drug mule, I'm smuggling cocaine.
Be professional.
If you are required to use one of these exits, then an emergency leave all cabin baggage behind and make your way.
I want to have your babies. Fuck off.
If the captain wears a field, an oxygen mask will be lowered automatically.
For the bouquet.
Should the captain stay in your seat, pull the mask down fully.
I want to pull you.
Hey. First, will you attend to children or any other passengers?
Dean loves kids. Fuck.
There's a life jacket and a package.
Yeah, how did we get on this, by the way? Who sent that in? We were talking about an autistic kid eating dog food, and all of a sudden I think that guy just wanted to watch some Tourette's shit today. $5 from Fuck You, dude. We still have no payoff on this bit, but he says savory. Thank you, Fuck You, dude. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, who is your favorite World War II hero and martyr, and why is it Reinhard Heydrich? Patton's probably my favorite on our side. On their side, easily Erwin Rommel is my favorite. Axis guy. Reinhard Heydrich, high-ranking SS and police official in Nazi Germany, as well as one of the principal architects of the Holocaust. Jesus, why would that be my favorite guy? Why do you think that I'm rooting for the guys doing the Holocaust? I just want them to fucking behave. That's all. I just want them to stop interfering with my country and my life and my finances and my social structure. And I just want them to be like the rest of us and just live with us in a society. Live alongside us. Stop trying to control and manipulate everything. It's not that important. Just hang by us. Take a step back. Let life unfold as it will. Live and let live. Que sera, sera. That's all I want. Like if Israel and all these other, like if Israel said we're going to stop being a country and Jews are just going to be part of the world community, I would go, that sounds great. And if they went at 6% interest, I'd be like, God damn it, knock it off. Do you mind if we teach your children things that's not appropriate? No, get the, you're not off to a good start here. $1 from Los Federales says nothing beats this classic. Lady in Red, Tourette's. All right, can we be, we're done with Tourette's after this. Thank you very much for the $1. I appreciate it. Very nice of you. You guys are being very kind thus far this morning. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. But this is my last Tourette's thing. We're going to move on. after this last Tourette's thing. By the way, You'll Be Fine says, dang, only 42 likes. Bunch of lazy fucks. Missed a Beat says 47 likes. You do have to hit refresh, but hit like, hit subscribe, hit thumbs up right now. So what do you say, 47? Let's get to 100 likes by 7 o'clock. In the next 8 minutes, let's get to 100 likes there on Rumble. YouTube, I'm putting you guys on the honor system. Bong Time says, Aaron, does your children watch the show? No. God, no. God, no. If my ex-wife, before school, let the kids watch this show, I would file for sole custody tomorrow. And then I would ban them from ever watching me. All right, let's last autism thing, and then we're done. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Oh, I think I remember this one. The lady in red, autistic person. Yeah.
You looking so lovely as you did tonight. Fuck off. Never seen you shine so bright. Fuck off. Ah, you fucker. Ah, you fucker. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Never seen so many that ask you if you wanted to dance. Fuck off. We're looking for a little romance. Fuck off. You don't have a chance. Fuck off. Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm getting soft in my old age, but like those poor fuckers struggling with Tourette's and stuff, that seems weird to laugh at. Even the guy who yelled the N-word at the BAFTAs on Sunday, that was less of a laugh thing for me and more of a, oh my God, just yelling that at Delroy Lindo. Delroy Lindo should never have to hear the N-word ever again in his life. Delroy Lindo is a G. Now, Michael B. Jordan, he can hear it a couple more times. Builds character, but not Delroy Lindo. Approachable says, Aaron, think about it. Doesn't your oldest have a phone? She could definitely be watching the show without you knowing. Are you a parent, bro? Do you not know how to monitor what your kids are watching on YouTube? Believe me, that shit would be shut down instantly. You guys don't understand how many ways there are to spy on your children. Come on. And I encourage you to spy on your children. You'll Be Fine says, anyone remember the original Tourette's guy, the chubby dude who wore the neck brace? Yeah, I do, but that was so fake. So fake. We would watch Tourette's guy videos in computer lab in high school and laugh our dumb little teenage dicks off. Chips and Diff, I agree with that statement. Delroy Lindo is indeed a national treasure. For ransom alone. But West Indian Archie in Malcolm X, the dude fucks. There's no doubt about this. Ryan the Garbage Man says, you look really tired today. What kind of a thing to say is that? I look really tired today? I feel good. I like the cut of our jib this morning. I look tired. Thank you. Appreciate that. Rusty Grammar says, my kids listen to this show. I'm not raising a couple of pussies. I'm not here to tell others how to raise their children. All right, let's get the latest on what's going on in Mexico. They're killing, they're shooting, they're robbing, they're tying people up to trees with flamethrowers. They're wiping motherfuckers out because the Mexicans and the Mexican Americans don't like the drug lords, so they kill them. Then a war breaks out and they're shooting up tourists. This is the latest from yesterday's events in Mexico.
Cartels and Mexican security forces have calmed down a bit since the height of the violence, of course, on Sunday.
Right, but Americans in several of Mexico's most popular tourist destinations are still being encouraged to shelter in place right now. Among those trapped, a Minnetonka woman who was on a trip to Puerto Vallarta to celebrate her daughter's engagement.
Isn't this gross? I hate to be a communist, but do you think that maybe this is why the rest of the world hates our fucking guts? Right now, there are millions of civilians in the crossfire of government versus cartel paramilitary violence. I mean, these guys are armed like Navy SEALs, and they're firing heavy ordnance at one another, not just bullets. We're talking artillery. We're talking rockets, grenades, shit like that. I mean, they are going for it. And what does the American media cover? Oh, how are these upper crust white people going to get home from their resorts? I understand why the rest of the world hates our guts and doesn't care if we die. Hey, there's a poor family of 7 in a fucking ghetto in Jalisco or whatever the fuck it is. And the goddamn JNCB cartel or whatever, they're coming out, they're firing, they don't care who they hit. The government's firing back at them. They don't care if anybody's kid dies. Hey, anybody know how these people who are visiting for a fucking private school class reunion at a sandals resort in Puerto Vallarta are going to get home? Nobody gives a shit. Oh, man, they were here for a wedding. What a bummer. Oh, yeah, that really does suck. How are you going to get home from that sandals resort wedding that you were at? Hey, have you heard anything about that poor kid who was out in the street digging for coins so his family could have a loaf of bread tonight and caught one in the leg from the cartel? Any idea on how he's doing? No, why would we give a shit about him? You see why we're hated. I hope all of these posing douchebags are okay, though, behind the walls of their resort that the cartel knows not to attack because they'll be fucking nuked from orbit.
Says they are not allowed to leave their resort right now.
Had a total anxiety last night. I was feeling really uneasy.
Oh, fuck you. God damn it. Oh, I hate these people. I'm kind of rooting for the cartel. I want to see Hector Salamanca win this one. You would think being in the country, this kind of tells you how secluded the resorts are. You would think that being in the country would give you some perspective that, wow, I'm really privileged to be able to stay at this resort. And I'm really not going to take it for granted, the country I live in, when I get back home. I've just been really anxious today and I took an extra melatonin to get to sleep. And it's just really crazy out there. One of the waiters said that he has to actually go live in an old shanty house while the cartel goes door to door taking the firstborn out to serve. And I was just like, oh, I didn't even know that existed. Oh, that must be icky. Fucking white people.
Yeah, kind of nauseous.
Every resort should have to send one white woman and one white man out to be beheaded by the cartels as a sacrifice.
Just really uncertain of how I'm going to get.
Look at that. That car has been blown up. That woman's pool access was restricted 2 hours a day. They are not the same. This person is having an infinitely worse day than the whites at the resorts.
And when I'm going to get home. If I'm going to get home.
Now, meantime, travel expert Kyle Potter says anyone with an upcoming trip to Mexico should stay calm as the violence seems to be coming under control and has a limited response to only certain Mexican states. But if
it's always funny to see an entire city in smoldering smoke as plumes of smoke billow from the city center. And they're like, don't worry, everyone's good. You guys are totally fine.
Decide to change your plans, he says check the details of your flights, hotel bookings, and any travel insurance you may have purchased. A live look at MSP International.
This is what I mean. Like, hey, check your travel insurance. Make sure you get to your flight on time. But meanwhile, there's people like in the city who are cowering in their basements for the next 3 days, eating condensed Campbell's tomato soup if they're lucky.
For this morning, we're after
like out of the can. I don't mean like cooking it.
2 days of cancellations to and from Puerto Vallarta. Sun Country now sending extra planes to Mexico to help bring back those stranded passengers.
Look at Sun Country coming up in the clutch. Sun Country is a gangster airline. It's like if Sun Country is like if Spirit tried. Cheaper tickets, no frills, but they'll fucking fly your ass right into a war zone if they need to. They don't give a shit. $2 from King Kong Dong says, I found another autistic person I feel really bad for this kid. This is going to be a clip of me, isn't it? This is going to be me. Yeah.
Attention, Central Minnesota.
That's not an autistic kid. That's me dressed as Batman doing a bit in my war with St. Cloud Superman. That's not. I can understand where you thought that was an autistic. It wasn't. It was me. That was me doing a segment. Mild says, I need to hear this woman say, the cartel totally wants to fuck me. Boy, she was a great addition to the show, wasn't she? I should have listened to you guys. Veldrain with $1 says, Bob Saget. Late in the chat. If the real ones know. The real ones know. Aussie Mark says, are you going to talk more about Candace and Milo? Or was it just bait and switch? Who cares about Mexico? Yes, we're going to get to it later. The way a show works is you don't just fire off your best shit right away and then go, all right, guys, see you later. We're going to get there, all right? It's a long show. We got plenty of time. Okay? I promise. Hit like, hit subscribe, and I'll prove it to you. 609. We're already in the 600. Holy shit, we're only an hour in, and we're in the 600s already. Keep hitting thumbs up. Rumble, you're on your way. YouTube, you're about 50 short. That's all right. Come on, let's get to 700. It's nice to already be done with the 600. Once we hit 600, I'm like, all right, we're not dead. But holy shit, we don't usually peak out until sometime in the 8 o'clock hour. Keep it going. Gift a few memberships. Let's do it, baby. All right. Hit that thumbs up. Hey, Rumble, people on Rumble, hit refresh. Where are we at on likes? We wanted to be at 100 by 7 o'clock. Somebody hit refresh real quick and give me a quick number so we can see how close we are so you can all hit thumbs up. Coltrane says, I saw Dan Bongino doing the demon shit yesterday and caught a lot of shit in the chat, which he does stop and read occasionally, even at 80,000 people listening. Yeah, also, Dan Bongino was one of the people paid. Bigot on Socialist Media says 71 likes. Oh my God, you guys. Hit that thumbs up. Let's go. Let's do it. Yeah, Dan Bongino was one of the people paid to lead the brigade against Candace Owens. We'll get to that in just a moment. Last thing about Mexico here. This is, I think, Carolyn Levitt, or a White House spokesperson, saying that the cartel knows not to hurt Americans.
Secretary Rubio and the State Department are absolutely on it. We hear from Americans directly who are in Mexico because the State Department immediately set up 24/7 phone lines, and they're taking hundreds of calls a day, providing Americans on the ground with travel support and advice. The State Department also has issued...
I'm glad this shit doesn't happen in Israel, because if you called Mike Huckabee, he'd just make sure all the Israeli Jews were okay first. We're going to get to you in a matter of time. Don't you worry. It's going to be all right. I just have to make sure that my friends Ben Aviv and Tel Dasid are okay first. And then we're going to take care of the Americans. They are God's chosen people, remember. You're a good Christian.
Advisories, and they'll continue to update those as the situation progresses. So we encourage all Americans in Mexico to, of course, adhere to the guidance provided by the State Department. Right now, we are unaware of any reports of any Americans being hurt, kidnapped, or killed, and the Mexican drug cartels know not to lay a finger on a single American, or they will pay severe consequences.
Jesus, like the way we talk, like there's still human beings who are being hurt. Could we could we drop the tribalism for a second? Yeah, cartel knows not to fuck with us. We found out there's no Americans that have been fucked with yet. That cartel knows if they do, they fuck with us, the rain of shit's coming down on them. Okay. Are they fucking with any like Mexican kids or killing any children or throwing any babies into, wagons or anything? Fuck if I know. Who gives a shit about those little burritos? Like, thanks. That's great.
under this president, and they already are. This operation, which was carried out successfully by the Mexican authorities, was of course supported by the United States, would not have happened without the leadership of President Trump.
I'm so glad that President Donald Trump seems to be doing really great things for other countries, like threatening to go to war with Iran. And look at what Donald Trump did now. He helped kill a drug lord leader guy, and now Mexico is breaking out into civil war in multiple places. Dude, we're killing it.
Has made it a day one priority to target and go after these vicious drug cartels that have shipped deadly poison to our country for far too long. He signed an executive order to rightfully designate.
You know what would be great? If we could address the root cause of why so many Americans feel depressed enough that they would take these drugs, and maybe address that crisis. It might help a myriad of problems. But, I guess we could just try to bomb our way out of it.
Designate them as foreign terrorist organizations.
Wouldn't it be great if we found out why so many Americans are suffering from depression, and why so many Americans might not be feeling good, or why they might feel insecure or insignificant? That would be really good, wouldn't it? I don't know, you maybe take a look at the drug companies, take a look at some of those people in the Epstein files, take a look at trafficking. Oh, wait, that's right. Donald Trump said he would lose a lot of friends if he did that. Well, God forbid.
We've seen the president take unilateral lethal action against drug boats sailing through the Caribbean. And now, of course, we
even got a few fishermen for good measure. Fuck you and your halibut, bitch. USA. All right, enough of this lady. She's gross. She's like the Baghdad Bob of America. I do actually, don't say I don't do like on the ground reporting journalism. I do have. Stop it! I don't want to watch me as Batman. I did get some on the ground reporting done in Mexico. And I wanted to show you what I found. This is, hold on, I'm going to sneeze. Thank you. I did find a clip of one of the Mexican drug cartel members threatening to kill a Mexican man in his village. Would you like to see that? I mean, this is pretty rough. I really don't even know if YouTube will allow me to do this. But I think it's important for everybody to know just what things are like on the ground in Mexico. So this is one of the cartel members threatening to harm an innocent civilian in Puerto Vallarta. This is very serious.
He doesn't fucking understand. You understand, you motherfucker? You understand, you motherfucker, you fucking cocksucker? He's begging for his life, this fucking cocksucker.
What a bitch, huh? What a fucking bitch.
What a bitch. What a bitch. Yeah. I like your burrito. Look at that.
No,
that's... got your burrito?
That's not okay.
You want me to fuck this maricon?
You can fuck him if you want to.
The fuck are you laughing for?
Why do you want to fuck this man? I'm asking you to find money from him.
I'll cut your fucking 2 days off, you motherfucker. You fucking cocksucker. I'll cut your fucking titties. Titties!
See, like, for those of you who think this is all a joke and, like, the cartels aren't running shit down there, that's terrifying. That's some really terrifying shit. Thank you to Veldrain for $1. Says, the hotel breakfast was an hour late. Something about the employee's wife being killed by the cartel. I'm hungry. I'm going to leave a bad review. Oh, we are very sorry that your coffee was late to your room. My child was beheaded and his genitals were stuffed in his mouth by the cartel. Well, that is no excuse for bad service. Somebody too with $1 says, autistic guy wearing a steel toe shirt. I have a feeling this is going to be me. You're saying it's an autistic guy in a steel toe shirt, but I have a feeling that I'm gonna be mad. Gonna be mad.
Aaron,
smartly.
Aaron in the corner.
That's me wrestling.
Oh,
that's me wrestling
maybe
with D'Lo Brown.
Because D'Lo just putting it on the system.
Oh, look at that clothesline. Oh, look at that. That's not an autistic guy. That's a big badass pro wrestler right there. My first match. Moving pretty good in there. Moving like a goddamn cat. if I'm being completely honest with you. Thank you guys very much for the dollars. Thank you for the ones and the twos. I kind of like when there's a big rain of ones and twos, I feel a little like a stripper, but like in a fun way. I feel like if everybody's throwing dollars up on the stage, you know, everybody's having fun. You know, nobody's paying for a private dance, but we all get to see a show. I'm twirling up on the pole. I'm doing the thing with the big platform shoes where I clap them on the stage and you see up into my kidneys and I close them back up again. We're having fun today. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's keep it up. I thought you were the guy in the orange shirt, says Redbird. That was the incomparable D'Lo Brown. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, let's. We got an update on Tony Gonzales. Oh, we also have an update on Brandon Herrera, the AK guy. Brandon Herrera is running against Tony Gonzales, and he's starting to really capitalize on a lot of this shit. If you don't know about Tony Gonzales, not the former tight end from the Chiefs and the Falcons, but Tony Gonzales, the congressman from Texas, he's refusing to resign even after what is like an insanely uncomfortable scandal. So Tony Gonzales was fucking one of his aides. And that aide was married with an 8-year-old son. The husband finds out about the affair, leaves the wife, starts fucking the wife's best friend, gangster move. So then they mutually cucked each other. By the way, I was reading the comments in Alyssa Clip's latest video where I once again stated my claim as the owner of Comicsgate. And it's really weird. Like, people are so porn addicted in this country, they don't understand what the word cuckold means. Being a cuckold means you have a wife who is unfaithful. That's all it means. People are really afraid of that. Like, they get really mad when you point it. No, that's not what it is. And the weirdest part is it's all because it's some kind of weird fascination that they have. And it's like, oh, no, I'm trying to help you out. No, the meaning of it is just this. And they're like, no, I think it's because they're all Van Sciver fans. And they don't like that I said that he's also a cuck because his first wife cheated on him with a skydiving instructor, old bunny. And me pointing that out made a lot of people mad. And they're like, that's not what it means. And it's like, guys, you don't have to be double-digit IQ. You can just look shit up. It's that easy. So Tony Gonzales fucks this guy's wife. She was working for him. He finds text messages that they were sharing between the two of them, and he decides to leak some of them to the public as he's fucking the wife's best friend. The wife then sets herself on fire, burns herself to death over this scandal and everything else, and leaves an 8-year-old kid behind. She's a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit. So now people are like, dude, this is really uncomfortable. This is really shitty. Like, you look like a big, giant, evil bag of shit. You need to quit. You need to get out of here. Now, he is in a safely Republican district, and he wants to keep insider trading. He wants to keep making $200,000 a year that these congressmen make for doing jack shit but calling AIPAC and asking for money. Everybody wants this guy to resign. He's in a tough primary with Brandon Herrera, who's a YouTuber and a gun activist and all this other stuff. He wants Tony Gonzales' seat. He ran against him last time. He lost by 400 votes. It looks like he's going to win this time. If the people of Texas, this is Southwest Texas up to San Antonio, if they vote him in again, they get what they deserve. But this Tony Gonzales is now spending his days being chased by reporters asking him if he's going to quit. I don't understand why he would put himself and his family through this, but then again, wouldn't be the first time he's done shitty things to his family. I think Tony Gonzales has like 6 kids too. Like, he's Latino to the core. Let's check this next clip out.
I am not going to resign. I work every day. I work every day for the people of Texas.
But are those text messages, are they accurate? Are those real text messages?
I'm not going to resign. I'm not going to resign. I work every day for the people of Texas.
So you're just not a human. You're basically like an arcade machine. You're a pull string doll. And you're broken, so you're just going to say one thing. Again, why do you think people think you're slimy? Why do you think people think all of you Congress people are gross? Because you got your oily hair, Mr. Corleone. You got your oily hair. You're saying the same thing over and over. You're not even being a human and communicating with people, talking to your constituents, walking them through what's going on. Even if you're lying, you're just being an obfuscating piece of shit.
And there will be an opportunity for all the details and facts to come out. What you've seen is not all the facts.
Did you have an extramarital affair with a staffer?
What you've seen is not all the facts, and there'll be an ample time for all of that to come out.
What are the facts? Can you address it right now? Your constituents want to know.
My constituents are not here in D.C. My constituents are back home in Texas.
Yeah, they have the internet. They'd like to know why you're a piece of shit. In fact, we'd all like to know why you're a piece of shit. I mean, none of us are talking about whether or not you're garbage. We've already decided we want to know why. He's like, I know the whole story. Well, let's hear it. Usually when someone says, wait till I tell you the whole story, they're coming up with their lie.
What do you make of some of your colleagues?
What do you plan to tell the speaker?
No.
So there you go. That's Tony Gonzales being asked about whether he should resign. Like, he's going to lose. Like, at least if you resign, you can, like, apologize. You can make amends. He's a young guy. You can try to rehabilitate your career, do all that stuff. If you persist and you decide you're going to go all the way and then you lose a primary, now you look like a piece of shit. $1 from Coltrane says, I'm behind. I'm at the dog food story. Aaron's on fire. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate those compliments. Keep throwing ones at the stripper, baby. I appreciate it. Coltrane with $1 says, paid family leave money well spent. Thank you, Coltrane. We'll get to that one. Let's see what he's got. Oh, the Walls administration.
We've had some federal agents in the state recently. We've seen video. We've seen video. We've seen statements and interviews. But we've seen how there's been chemical munitions used on some folks that have been out exercising their First Amendment rights, and we know that those cause harm and damage. So my question to you, and I know you may not have the answer to this right now, and it may be a lag in it, but have you seen any of that in terms of applications that are coming out? Those types of actions being the reason for folks needing to access this program.
Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question, Representative Frazier. And I'll maybe ask Director Norfleet just to provide a couple brief details, but the short answer to your question is yes.
All right, how about somebody's had a little less caffeine this morning?
Yes, as would any circumstance that causes injury or harm to the public. I think we have seen applications that have been tied to some of the violence that we saw.
People are getting paid leave because they're triggered by the ICE protests. Oh, Jesus. You don't get to wonder if you're from Minnesota why everyone thinks our state's a joke. Because our state can be a joke sometimes. God damn, man. The only thing that can help this is the Timberwolves getting the 3 seed. Some people have been really scarred and triggered by a lot of the ICE protests and a lot of these things, and they need some time off of work. Oh, great. So not only do I get to learn that I hired, like, one of my employees is a complete fucking pussy, but now I can't even fire him for it. God bless.
As a result of Operation Metro Surge, I think we, as you would expect, if people have suffered serious injury, I guess it's not unexpected. It's certainly, it's sad. But that is, I think, one benefit of having this program is that people who have been seriously injured now have the ability to receive, take time to care. And
That's great. So you can go to these ICE protests. You can get in the face. You can clash with authorities, which, by the way, you're right. Fine. Okay. But now we all have to subsidize the stupid decisions you made because you went and got in a fight with the authorities and got injured. What a state. What a state. What a state. Dr. Doom says, so Johnny is triggered? No, that's not. Johnny was never at any of the protests. Johnny's not here today, though. He didn't get a lot of sleep last night. He did text me. He's got the funeral tomorrow. He's nervous about that, so we're going to have him. He decided to take the day today, which is all right. So, yeah, Brandon Herrera has really been making hay about this Tony Gonzales stuff. He's been making videos on it. He's been doing appearances on it. He's looking good. Like, all this Brandon Herrera has to do to take Tony Gonzalez' seat is just, Tony Gonzalez has fumbled the ball right into your arms. All you've got to do is not drop the damn thing. This is no time to get cute or over your skis. Bong Time says, I live like 6 blocks away from that George Floyd shit and about 6 blocks away from that Ray Nicole Good riddance shit. That's not how she spelled her last name. Aussie Mark says, Johnny's on paid leave again today. Technically, I probably could have gotten a paid leave exemption. I give paid leave already to my staff. If they take time off, I pay them anyway. Fuck. I'm not even kidding about that. I definitely could have gotten exemption from the Minnesota paid leave thing. Asshole. Because one of the things is you can get an exemption from Minnesota paid leave if you offer paid leave already that matches their paid leave to your employees. Shit. Well. You know what I'll do? The next time Minnesota has an overly generous social welfare plan, I'll get the next one. MSO says, can I get paid leave? If you live in Minnesota, you can. King Kong Dong says, do you think they'll take Tony Gonzalez' gold jacket away? It is not the tight end Tony Gonzalez. So no, they're not going to take away his gold jacket, green jacket. Who gives a shit? Tony Gonzalez is going to be fine. Thank you, Ablo Pacheco, for gifting a membership on Rumble. I appreciate all those gifted memberships. I appreciate all you guys chipping in money to this show. It means a lot, keeps the wheels turning, and we appreciate it so much. All the links are in the chat if you'd like to contribute. 75 memberships now away from, 600 memberships on Rumble? Thanks, guys. Thank you very, very much. All right, we got a little, look. Gavin Newsom
Democrats are...
Oh, shit. Guys, terrible news. Robert Carradine died yesterday. Robert Carradine, if you're a millennial, he played Lizzie McGuire's dad, Hillary Duff's dad, on the show Lizzie McGuire. Son of a dick. 71 years old. He's gone. It's my second favorite Disney Channel dad. My favorite was Mr. Stevens, Uneven Stevens. I thought he was a better father. All right, let's do the Gavin Newsom event. So a lot of people, especially on the right, have been giving Gavin Newsom shit because he was at this book event. And it was in Atlanta, Georgia. People were saying that he was performing to a black crowd, and he tried to make himself sound like an utter retard and use that as a way to relate to black people. Now, if that's true, that's fucked up. If it's not true, I feel like there's apologies owed. So here's the clip for those of you who didn't see it yesterday. And now we have a response from the Newsom team about how it's the way this has been portrayed.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you.
Uh-oh.
I'm no better than you.
Uh-oh.
I'm
Stop
a
talking.
960 SAT guy.
Uh-oh.
And I'm not trying to offend anyone, trying to act all there if you got 940. But literally a 960 SAT guy. I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read.
Oh, shit, he can't read. I'm just like you coloreds. Words, left, right, vowels, consonants. Give me an Advil. My head hurts.
A speech. Maybe the wrong business to be in.
No. Bullshit and making it up as you go along. You are in the proper business, you fucking greasy salesman. So people said, wow, that sounds kind of racist as fuck. That's some fucked up shit that he said. Don't worry. Gavin Newsom has an explanation. And the explanation is I said it to a bunch of white retards. So it's totally fine. Here we go.
In another circular firing squad. This is just one of the most ridiculous things I have seen in a long time.
Any idea who Harvey Levin voted for in the last gubernatorial election there in California?
And I'm going to vent for a minute. Gavin Newsom.
Oh, man, you never see this. An old Jewish man venting?
Is taking a lot of heat for allegedly saying something racist, promoting his book, Young Man in a Hurry, in Atlanta. By
the way, personally, I don't think what he said was racist. I just always think it's funny when wealthy white politicians look uncomfortable in front of black people. It's like one of my favorite things to see.
This is what Gavin Newsom said. And then I want to show you some pictures of the audience.
Oh, God, I thought he was going to say, I want to, because he's proud of his body at like 75 years old. I was worried we're going to get an RFK Jr. Kid Rock moment here.
See how ridiculous it is that, you know, I would assume Republicans are going to attack him because they're going to attack him for anything. But
fair. It's fun, though.
Democrats are on that bandwagon, too.
Hey, in fairness, Democrats never miss a chance to racially grandstand.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you.
Jews be Jewing. Niggas be nigga-ing.
I can't believe he said that.
You know, I'm a 960 SAT guy.
Oh, fart nigger.
And, you know, and I'm not trying to offend anyone, you know, trying to act all there if you got 940.
Sorry, they're playing the clip too. You guys get to watch it twice, you racists.
But literally a 960 SAT guy.
So you're just crazy in a retard kind of way then, huh?
I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read a speech. Maybe the wrong business to be in.
Okay.
I'm white, you know? I'm white.
Just white.
All the way Virginia, bitch.
Exactly.
He didn't say, number one, you can't read either. He's not saying that, even though people are...
Well, of course he didn't say that. That would be fucking insanity. I'm just like you. I can't read a lick. No, of course he's not going to say that, you weirdo.
You know, jumping to the conclusion that's what he meant.
What does he have to do? Paint his face black and sing Mammy? Of course not. Swanee River. No, he doesn't. Can't we just have fun and pretend he's racist? Can we do that, please? I miss our old country where we didn't get outraged about it. We just made fun of a guy because, you know, it was his turn to hate black people.
Never said that. He's saying he was challenged. He was average in terms of academics.
Yeah, and besides, this wasn't in front of a group of black people. It was in front of a Down syndrome convention. Duh. I'm just like you guys. I think pennies taste remarkably like European chocolate. I like Shane Gillis too.
And he wasn't saying, oh, all these people in the audience, you're assuming they're all black in the audience, and he's patronizing them, which now Democrats are saying. Republicans said it, but now Democrats are saying this.
Oh, my
that
God.
He's patronizing the audience, and that it is an affront to black people. Well, number one,
he actually, it was actually a room full of Hasidic Jews. So he was like, I'm just like you. I find my cousin attractive and mate with her.
Mayor Andre Dickens said that we don't need people from the outside telling people in Atlanta when they should be offended.
I agree with him. I don't think white people should involve themselves with the matters of black people. No,
which I thought was a pretty brilliant comment. But
brilliant.
I want to show you the audience.
Okay.
It looks like a Coldplay concert.
Okay, let me give you 3 reasons immediately why it's not a Coldplay concert. 1, 2, 3. There. I've already found more black people at this event than a Coldplay concert. Let's see. Black, white, black, white, black, black, white, black, 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 white, 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 white. Ooh, they kind of segregated the rows here. This is a white row. This is a black row. She's probably a little halvesy, so she got in there. I don't mean like she's a little halvesy. I mean she's a little halvesy. Totally different. I didn't mean to be racist. Black, Way more blacks than a Coldplay concert. Plus, I don't see anybody fucking one of their employees up in the balcony. This is nothing like a Coldplay concert. Boy, this really shook Harvey Levin up, didn't it? He did not like that Gavin Newsom is catching strays on this, you're all retards thing.
I mean, look at this audience. This is not.
Wow, what a wonderful audience.
A black audience. It is a mixed audience, and it, if anything, is predominantly white.
You're right. It does look wholesome.
No way was suggesting in any way that, oh, you people must.
Hey, look. Tony Atlas.
Must be, have 940s on your SAT. He was making a point. I
know. I agree with you, Harvey, and people have unfairly labeled this racist. Although, if I may, and we haven't shown this clip yet, when he pointed at one black person and said, this guy knows what I'm talking about, that seemed too far. But that one man's opinion.
Making a joke that if you had a 940, I'm not going to look down on you. That's a joke. It means we're all in the same boat. Average. That is.
Don't Jew-splain Gavin Newsom to me, goddamn you.
Is not a racist comment.
Oh.
And you have to look at the audience to understand who he's talking to. This wasn't a.
Right. The dad from Modern Family. I can do this. His name. Oh, God damn it. He's got a goofy fuck name to match his goofy fuck face. He was in Black Hawk Down, too. Son of an asshole. I'm not checking the chat right now, so you can go ahead and cheat and you can give me the answer. I'm not going to see it. It's, I'm not letting this go. Dad from Modern Family, helicopter pilot in Black Hawk Down. He was next to Jeremy Piven. Cock, asshole, farts. Ty, can I tie you up with some of your ties? Ty Burrell. Boom. That means nothing, and I accomplished absolutely very little except I wasted my audience's time.
Black audience. It wasn't the point. Even if it was a black audience, that wasn't the point. But, Republicans jumped on this.
Harvey, it's
and
fine.
They said,
it's okay.
oh, look
Harvey,
at Gavin Newsom.
Harvey,
he's racist. And
it's
the
okay.
Democrats
Harvey,
bit the bait. And not all of them, but
can
enough
you pass
of them
the mashed potatoes? I need some starch.
And this is what Barack Obama meant when he talked about Democrats having circular firing squads, that they are just trying to kill each other.
All right.
This is a bogus.
Look, as someone who identifies as being on the right, they're doing the same shit in the Republican Party too. I think what Harvey Levin just did there is called tipping your hand. I think old Harvey might be letting us know who he's voting for in 2028 and who he might support, because that's what they call a full-throated defense right there. Holy shit. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Mammy. It's having your own pull string doll. Thank you, Joey Caravello, for the $2. And thank you for throwing cash at the toe. 651 by 730. Keep it going. YouTube, you're good. I'm happy with where YouTube is. Rumble, you're off by about 40 or so, 50 or so. So we're right on pace to get up to 700 today. Hit it. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Let's see if we can do this today. Nope. I think I've done too many Rumble wallet reads. They're not letting me do Rumble wallet reads anymore. I think it's because I've been just fucking aping them for a while now. Oh, well, that's okay. We can talk about our other favorite guys, Chicago Steak Company. Today's sponsor, Chicago Steak Company, and they're giving away 4 free steaks on every order. Code word BPSIR free. BPSIR free. Do you ever buy steaks at the grocery store and it's just a total gamble? You're standing there staring at shrink-wrapped mystery cuts, trying to figure out which one might actually be decent. And half the time you get home, you cook it, it's fine, nothing special. Chicago Steak Company is the opposite of that. USDA prime and upper choice, hand-selected by butchers in Chicago, wet-aged 28 to 40 days, vacuum-sealed and shipped on dry ice right to your door. Every cut is hand-carved. No guessing. Here's the part I really like. You spend $199 or more, any steaks, your choice, use code BPSIR free, and they throw in 4 bourbon peppercorn sirloins for free, plus free shipping. These are 6-ounce top sirloins with a cracked peppercorn and bourbon rub, lean, beefy, bold flavor. Throw them on a hot grill and they're done in minutes. That's $160 in free steaks. 15,000 five-star reviews. These guys are the real deal. mychicagosteak.com/rumble. That's mychicagosteak.com/rumble. Code BPSIR free. That's BPSIR free. Link in the description. mychicagosteak.com/rumble. Thank you. So sweet. Love you too. Scouse Ghost with $1 says, Aaron, did you see Robert De Niro crying on Trump and baiting the left to get out and fight on some woman podcast? A CNN woman was the host. Yeah, we did that last night on the evening show. Be sure to check that one out in your free time. It was a 4-hour marathon because of the State of the Union. So be sure that you watch. It would be in the first 2 hours. It would be on the first 2 hours that you would have the De Niro thing. All right, keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe. I'm loving today. You guys are doing great. Big membership drops is what we're looking for today. Golden showers all over the goddamn place. We got one Epstein file thing real quick today. I don't want to belabor the point. I'm waiting for arrests and more resignations, so holding my breath would be detrimental to my lung capacity. NPR has found 53 missing Trump pages, and the DOJ has no explanation. Well, none that they're willing to give us. I hate to be old school right-wing guy here, but when I see NPR at the beginning, I immediately question the validity of it. But when I see 53 missing Trump pages from the Epstein files, I also am willing to believe that. So it's like, I've got a story I would believe, but I have a source that I believe is a bit biased. So that's a little difficult. I think, look, here's the way we can shorthand this. The shit that's come out that looks bad for Wexner and Lutnick and all these other people and Epstein and Maxwell, just assume that all of that stuff that's out now is like the most tame, mild stuff. And you're like, Aaron, but there's stuff about killing children and killing prostitutes and drinking blood and cannibalism and beef jerky and pizza and grape Kool-Aid and all this other stuff. Yeah. No, that's all horrible to normal people like you and I. But that is the most palatable stuff that's in there. If you think they just at random selected 3.5 million documents that they're not going to release, you're out of your mind. They chose the ugliest, deepest, darkest 3.5 million pages to not release to us. And I mean, the people who have read the unredacted 3 million pages that are already out have said this is demonic, this is satanic, this is really, really evil and awful. Now imagine what they're not willing to show us. And I feel like that is like the equivalent to bringing out the corpse of an alien that we've had on ice for 60 years and people going, oh my God, we're not alone. I think the 3 million Epstein pages that they're holding on to are like the holy shit, they really are demons from hell. They've opened a portal to hell and these people are demons and they feast on human flesh. That kind of stuff. They're not just holding 3 million pages at random. Riding Dirty Llama says Kool-Aid, no sugar, peanut butter, no jelly. Yeah, oh yeah, those are just lunch orders. Just lunch orders. So yeah, I don't, look, 55 Trump pages are missing. I don't think that's the real story. I think a lot of right-wing news sources are trying to overplay the left's involvement in this, and a lot of the NPR types are trying to overplay the right-wing involvement of this when, you know, this smashes the left-right dynamic directly in half. I mean, there is no left-right. There's haves and have-nots. The movie Shooter is becoming a documentary. Scousko says, oh yeah, we have this today too. Bill Gates admitted he had affairs with 2 Russian women, but insists they were not Epstein victims, and he did nothing illicit in his apology to his employees. he has nothing to worry about. They're not going to go after. I mean, our FBI has already said, we looked at the files. We've concluded there's no trafficking operation. Well, fuck us then, I guess. Don't believe what you're reading. Believe what we tell you. I think the Epstein files are going to go down as like the final battle in America for its soul, and that they really could just show whatever they wanted to show and say whatever they wanted to say, and they would get away with it. Or it's going to go the other way. I'm praying it does. It doesn't look good. Aussie Mark says killing a prostitute was probably just initiation into the cult. Well, you know the guy, the parts that I've read, the guy who killed a lady was Robin Leach, the Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous guy. And here I am strangling a hooker. That was, I don't know why I turned into John McLaughlin. Strangling hookers at the Epstein Island. Good for politics or not. Check your mind. Drinking the blood of babies for adrenochrome to keep the elite healthy. Pat Buchanan. I think McLaughlin's dead, right? I wish that show was still on. My dad and I used to watch the McLaughlin Group together. That would probably explain a lot. Trafficking young women and then denying it so you can make plans for Israel to take over the Middle East. Mort Zuckerman. Stupid. This whole segment has been a joke for 3 people. That's it. Although I do want to hear from the audience that my McLaughlin is a severely underrated impersonation. It is very good. Chevy fan says Aaron would kill a prostitute over refusal of a refund. Not at all. She didn't bring me the potatoes I ordered. Riding Dirty Llama says Robin Leach was a Jew fag. No, but Robin Leach was accused of strangling a hooker to death during sex, and they buried her at that Zorro Ranch. It was a big day on Zorro Ranch. Zorro Ranch. They were strangling a young hooker. She was in the sand, all right. I'm taking a walk on the island, and it's nice outside. MSO says, Eleanor, your thoughts. Morton. Who was it? Who did McLaughlin on SNL? That was Spade. Not Spade. Carvey. Carvey did McLaughlin on SNL. Hold on a minute. Just give me a fucking second. McLaughlin SNL. Yeah, here we go.
McLaughlin Group.
I'm a Carvey guy. I always thought Dana Carvey didn't get to do enough shit. I always he had his own talk show his own sketch comedy show for a while. It didn't do well. I was really young when it was on. I was probably not even 10 yet. But I remember just being a massive Dana Carvey guy and just wondering, why isn't he in more shit? I don't understand. Chevy fan says, is that Aaron or John Goodman? It's hard to tell. Hey. That's enough. That's enough. Unless there's going to be memberships behind that kind of talk, that's just bullying. All right, I want to do something that I never thought I would do on this program. See how hard this is for me to get out? I want to give Matt Walsh credit. And the reason I want to give Matt Walsh credit is because I'm pretty sure Matt Walsh currently is locked in a basement somewhere, being sprayed down with a fire hose and whipped by a cat of nine tails by Ben Shapiro. Matt Walsh has been basically bullied into talking about Israel. His audience has kind of sensed that, you don't seem like you're down with all this Israel shit. You're supposed to be an America First guy, but you work for the Daily Wire, so you don't want to piss off King Jew. So Matt Walsh has been like, well, I just don't care. He's tried to be like the cool middle school, high school kid. Well, I just don't care about Israel. I don't care about the topic. It's like, really? So you're kind of shittier than the Israelis then. You're watching almost 100,000 people get murdered in an open-air concentration camp, and you don't even have the fucking balls to say you're fine with it. You're going, I don't really care. There's a lot of things you can not care about, and it's kind of cool. Sports, movies, whatever. Pop culture shit. You look a little rebellious. But like genocide is not something it looks cool to go, don't give a shit. And especially when you consider the things Matt Walsh does give a shit about. There was a lady in the Gold's Gym men's room. There's somebody with a dick in the Anytime Fitness ladies room. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that sounds like a real fucked up situation for them. So what do you think about the genocide in Gaza? Pfft, who cares? Fucking gay. What? Wait, but you just spent a half hour talking about a trans person in a gym locker room. I care about the future of this country. We're spending billions of dollars aiding a genocide that will cause a religion of 2 billion people to hate us in perpetuity forever and ever for multiple generations. I don't give a shit. What am I, fucking gay? All right, sorry, Matt. Well, Matt Walsh finally took a stand on Israel, sort of, but it's more stand than he's taken in the past. And it was about Tucker's interview with Mike Huckabee. And the part where Huckabee tried to gaslight Tucker by going, all Zionism means, Tucker, is that you believe Israel has a right to exist. Now, if Israel has a right to exist, then the Navajo Nation had a right to exist. The Cherokee had a right to exist. The Seminole had a right to exist. See where I'm kind of going with this? All right? When Rome conquered, Gaul had a right to exist. When Caesar rolled through. All right? Nobody has a right to exist. You earn your existence. You defend yourself. You build a civilization. That's how existence is not a right. Existence is a metaphysical state of being. You exist. So no, it's weird that so many people, even people like Tucker, don't have the fucking balls to say it. If someone says, hey, Aaron, do you believe Israel has a right to exist? No, I don't. Now, if they asked me, do you think Mexico has a right to exist? No, I don't. But I hate it when people answer it with, nobody has a right to exist. No, just answer the question they asked you. Does Israel have a right to exist? No, of course not. Of course not. I'm comfortable with that answer. So Matt Walsh talked about
and then we start
whether or not Israel has a right to exist. And he honestly, Matt, came up with an answer that was, and I'm going to play it at 1.5 because it's fucking Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh came up with an answer that was not as slithery and chicken shitty as I thought it would be. Again, I'm giving Matt Walsh props on this because my bar for Matt Walsh is very low.
I think it was Friday. Maybe it was Thursday. Friday, I think.
He's going to end up cutting his hair in the shape of a yarmulke one day.
Tucker Carlson interviewed Mike Huckabee, who is, of course, now the ambassador to Israel. And
if I were Beards, I would sue Matt Walsh for defamation of character. That's a decision I would make as the existence of Beards.
It was an interesting conversation. There's one clip that I want to play and talk about. It kind of represents a theme, the theme of the conversation, I would say. But let's watch it. Here it is.
You spend a lot of time thinking about the right of the Jewish people to their homeland. Do the Irish have the same right to a homeland?
As long as they can defend it, and as long as they,
as long as they can defend it.
But Tucker, here's the point.
Then that's not a right. Do you have the right to free speech? Yes. You would never say as long as you can defend it. That's retarded. That's a dumb thing. Then no, then you don't have the right to free speech if you have to defend. No. A right means you just do.
I'm telling you.
Wait, hold on. Now you just forget. You're the minister here.
Yeah, and I'm telling you.
As long as they can defend it.
And
if they can't defend it,
allowing me to tell you that I think that what is very, very special here is that there is a biblical as well as an ethnic and a historical. So you can take any one, but if you add them.
Palestinians have the same thing. Arabs have the same thing. Christians have the same thing. Zoroastrians have the same thing. Gaelics have the same thing. Israel's not special. Jews aren't special. They're the same as everybody else. And that shouldn't upset, if that upsets someone, they have a fucking problem.
Altogether, biblical, historical, and ethnic, you have a very strong case that the Jewish people are living in a land that is indigenous to them, that has been their historic homeland for 3,800 years.
You can repeat it.
And you can also
call up the Cherokee, give them the Southeast back. That's the Seminole. Fuck, Aaron, come on, figure it out. Call the Chippewa. Michigan's theirs again. They have an ancestral right to it.
So look in the archaeology, the stones cry out.
Okay.
You've been to the city of David, for example.
Okay.
So you know then
And I love it.
It's an amazing place. It may be the greatest archaeological discovery in all of history because
oh my
it's stunning.
Dinosaurs, faggot. I just hate this guy so much. I really do. I shouldn't hate. Hate is not appropriate. Hate is probably something I should go to confession for. You shouldn't hate. I should. And you know what? I don't hate. I kind of do. I shouldn't. It's wrong. But he's just so evil. Like he's just, and he's just openly dishonest. Like if he were honest about his own wants and needs and everything else, but like just the gaslighty behavior of people like this.
And they still continue to find things that date the Jewish people to this land archaeologically for 3,800 years.
We can date the British people to their land much longer, thousands of years longer. Stonehenge is 3,000 years older than any building built by the descendants of Abram in this country. And so it's fine. I'm not trying to invalidate anyone's right. I'm just wanting you to affirm that right, but it makes you uncomfortable and you won't. And I don't know why.
Because I've never honestly sat down and asked myself, are the lines around the
It's an island, so we know what the lines are.
I'm saying, but are those lines, are those rooted in something other than the historical connection? Well, great. Then they should have it.
No, they're not. They're political lines that were drawn on a map. Israel was created the same way Iraq was. And I'm pretty sure if there were Jews in the room right now, like Zionist Jews, they'd be throwing shit at me. But it's true. They were created the same way modern Syria was created. A bunch of gay British guys drew lines on a map.
But they have a right to have it. But then you said if they can defend it. And if they can't defend it, they lose the right.
But I didn't say it was exclusive one or the other. I think you're really going off the trail.
I just want to know if these principles apply universally or if they only apply to the people of Israel.
This is a conversation, a debate about Israel's right to exist. And much of the interview centered around that question. That clip may not have even been the best representative sample of that debate. But it's
why do your homework before the show, buddy? I get it. You're fine. You don't have to explain yourself to us, Matt Walsh.
Certainly is related to it. Much of the conversation can circle around this question: does Israel have a right to exist?
Get back to work, Matt Walsh.
I just want to say that from my perspective, the whole question, the whole debate really is based on a false premise. And my answer to this is one that doesn't really make anybody happy because I don't think that Israel has the right to exist.
Boom! Cut it, clip it, send it out to Ben Shapiro. Somebody's getting whipped today. He might like it. We don't know. We don't know what their relationship is, and it's not for us to judge. But Matt Walsh just said Israel doesn't have a right to exist. I have crucified Matt Walsh until he apologizes, and there's no reason he needs to die, but he will be crucified until he says he's sorry.
I don't think that any country
I don't know
has
why
the right to exist.
I don't know why he asked for nipple clamps when we crucified him, but he did.
I don't think there's any country that we look at and say they have a right to exist.
I agree.
And let me explain what I mean by that. So first I think you have to define your terms, not to be pedantic, but in this case it's not. What do we mean by right?
Don't worry. We have you on 1.5 speed. You're not being, I mean, you're still kind of being pedantic, which is impressive in a way, but don't worry about it.
We really got to, this is a word that comes up a lot in our debates about any topic.
Jews?
Any topic. It always comes back to someone making a rights claim. I have a right to this, I have a right to that.
Right. Okay.
Well, what do you mean by that? What does that mean? And I think very often the people that are talking about it, using the term I have a right to it, they really have no, if you were to ask them, but what do you mean you have a right to it? Like, where do you get that right? Where does that come from? They wouldn't be able to tell you. So to me, I think the word right.
In fairness to Jews, though, Baba Shab's going to hate this part. In fairness to Jews, they can tell you that part. I may disagree with them and you may disagree with them, but I mean, they can say, hey, where does that right come from? And they're like, the Old Testament, King David, his kingdom, from the Euphrates to the Nile. It's like, dude, that's like Iraq and shit. And they're like, yeah, fuck.
It means an entitlement. That's what a right is. You are entitled to something. I have a right to something means I am entitled to it. And if we don't mean, when we say right, if we don't mean entitled, then I don't know what we mean. So if you object to my definition of...
Matt Walsh is done. I have a hard time listening to him. Even when I'm agreeing with him on something, like Matt Walsh is he's a tough listen. But Matt Walsh is essentially saying no country has the right to exist. I thought we were way past that part of the conversation. Did I really do that? I thought we were past that point in the conversation where we were like talking about whether or not anyone has a right to have a country or whatever. Of course not. Nobody does. You get your country, you get your borders, and you enforce them. That's why if people had a right to their country, militaries wouldn't exist. Papa Shab says Mike Huckabee is clearly a compromised piece of shit and a gay F-word cocksucker Jew convert who was converted in secret. No, one thing, when I got back into my faith, I did the reading, I did the legwork, and I'm like, I don't want to be caught off guard. And even today, when I don't know something, I don't bullshit it. I just look it up, and I read a couple of sources on it, and I'll watch a video on it. Like, did you know the Catholic Church taught until about Vatican II that the Antichrist would be Jewish? Anyway, makes sense to me. Mike Huckabee is not a secret Jewish convert. Mike Huckabee is something far more insidious than that. It's called a dispensationalist Christian. Dispensationalist Christians have this wrong-minded view, and this is so insane. It really does illustrate the lack of understanding of the way man thinks and the way God thinks. Mike Huckabee and other dispensationalists actually believe that a country named Israel has to exist or Jesus can't come back, as though Almighty God the Father and our Messiah, Jesus Christ, part of the triumvirate God, as if he can't come back unless some gay British dudes drew a line on a map the right way. Like Jesus needs a door like Beetlejuice. You got to knock on it 3 times, and Alec Baldwin and Gina Davis have to be there. That's such fucking horseshit. Jesus Christ will return to the geographical land that was Israel in the Bible. It doesn't matter what we call it. It doesn't matter if there's a UN ordinance that comes with it. Dispensationalist Christianity, I don't mean to insult another man's faith, is fucking retarded. I hope they don't take that as an insult. So Mike Huckabee is not a compromise. Well, I don't even think he's compromised. I don't think he's American. I think he loves Israel more than he loves. I think he's a Jonathan Pollard type. But yeah, Aussie Mark says it's called an American traitor, Aaron. I'd go with that argument too. Approachable says, LOL, Jesus has been living in paradise and got fat. He can't make it back through the doorway if it's not built to specification. Well, and again, especially if we don't have a country named Israel. King Kong Dong says, Jesus is going to laugh at all of our governments. Yeah, So wait, well, okay, now wait a minute. So what if we kick everybody out of the Middle East and we create a new country and it's full of Christians and we call it Israel? Does it just have to be called Israel? I don't understand. Joey Caravello says, not for Beetlejuice. You say his jaw 3 times, dumbass. You mean name, dumbass. They draw the door to get to Juno's office, their caseworker. That's a good point. I fucked that up. That's on me. I was making a broader point. And you're right. I bottle fucked it. All right, guys, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's see if we can't get a little juice in the veins here. If you like the show we do, throw us a couple of dollars. It's how we keep this show broadcasting every single day. If you want to throw us a membership on Rumble, we love those. Those are gold for the grandkiddies. Those Rumble memberships. But all the links are in the chat, so click one of them. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. We would appreciate your generosity in keeping our week perfect and keeping things going here on The Toe. Also, just a little bit before the show started, before I woke up this morning, Johnny said he wasn't coming in today. So if you're enjoying the solo show, feel free to contribute to it. We do appreciate it. Again, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. We appreciate all of your guys' contributions to our program. 670 of you checking out The Toe right now. Keep going. Rumble numbers going up. They look good. YouTube went down a little. They can come up a little bit. We got enough gas in the tank. We're about 30 of you away from 700. Let's hit it today. Thank you guys very, very much. Let's get into the Candace Owens shit. This is fascinating stuff. So we showed you yesterday that Candace Owens is making a documentary about Erika Kirk. And it's about her connections to the Department of Defense, the Department of Homeland Security, Israel, Raytheon, all of these, her the Romanian orphanage that Colonel Otto Buscher may or may not have used to traffic children to a NATO base that was very nearby. Erika Kirk ran that orphanage. A lot of the inconsistencies of the story she tells of this aw shucks Christian gal in the city, when it turns out, she was living the life of someone in her 20s with one of her relatives who's a Rothstein. And they were just gals, Sex in the City, going out on dating shows, having a good time, being a model, all that stuff. Candace Owens would like to broadcast that for the world, and she would like to look into this public figure. Secrets, connections, things like that, because there is something very odd about the Turning Point USA story post Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk meets this woman, Erika, after he's, kind of started getting things going and he's gathering a following. And it just so happens the woman he meets is this woman who's dated other conservative influencers in the past. She has two parents who are both connected. She's been in CIA commercials talking about EMP technology with her mother's company. And all of a sudden, she meets Charlie. They fall madly in love. They have children. And Charlie's organization gets a huge bump with Zionist donations, and he's a big-time Israel guy. Then this thing happens where Charlie Kirk sees what's going on in Gaza, and he starts criticizing it. And he starts saying, this is wrong. There's too much death. There's too much murder. He also insinuates that he believes Israel allowed October 7th to happen. He gets called to the Hamptons by Bill Ackman and other big money donors, and they offer him $100 million. This has been confirmed by others, to start towing the line. Charlie says no. People like Josh Hammer start telling him, do not bring Tucker to TPUSA. Don't let him speak here. He's not okay. This is in text messages. Charlie Kirk says, all of these Jewish donors are playing to the worst parts of the stereotype. I'm not uninviting Tucker. I may even bring Candace back, meaning Candace Owens. 2 weeks later, Charlie Kirk is dead. Shot by, we're told, Tyler Robinson, some angry furry kid with a trans girlfriend who, by the way, has disappeared off the face of the earth. Nobody can find her. Meanwhile, it does seem, especially after all the Epstein files come out and the JFK files come out, that people have not been above clandestine efforts to have people killed and blame a false flag actor for it. Immediately after Charlie Kirk dies, Turning Point USA starts bringing in massive donations. The multi-million-dollar donors that left because Charlie Kirk was criticizing Israel, they come back. Daily Wire gives them $1 million. They raise $100 million or more off of the corpse of Charlie Kirk. And at the center of it is his wife, Erika, who doesn't miss a beat. She has 2 kids. I mean, everybody grieves differently, and maybe Erika Kirk is built different. But to me, Charlie gets killed like that. You leave the running of his company to other people, and you hug those kids as tight as you can, and you don't need money ever again the rest of your life. You're taken care of. You can be CEO emeritus, chairwoman emeritus. You can collect a paycheck from Turning Point. And you stay with your kids. Instead, she starts showing up in glittery pantsuits with pyro and bam, hey, check out this tent my husband was shot in. You want to pose for a picture in it? Hey, look at how much money we're making off of this shit. Isn't this amazing? Hey, Nicki Minaj, want to have a chin wag? And these weird posed for photos and videos of her near her husband's casket and the kind of the performative element of that. Then she got grief mogged last night at the State of the Union address when she was next to Irina Zarutska's mother. And Irina Zarutska is breaking down sobbing over the death of her daughter. And Erika Kirk is sitting there doing the thing where you try to push, you try to make your face turn red. You just, like Chris Farley and Billy Madison. She's trying to force tears out. She can't. She's a model, not an actress. And I don't know why they keep putting her on television. It's a terrible look. I feel like the more times they put her on TV, the more people start to go, she's suspect. There's something going on there with that Erika Kirk. Something ain't right. So Candace decides to make a mini-series about this. Now, nobody has seen this documentary yet. Nobody has seen any of the episodes or what Candace is going to say or what she's going to reveal. But already the knives are out for Candace. Dan Bongino, Ben Shapiro, Gay Dave Rubin, all of these different people making video. Graham Allen, who I've never heard of, making videos on top of videos. And they're saying, ironically, oddly, all the same stuff. And all because Candace wants to do a documentary on Erika Kirk. I'm sorry, but I do believe in the saying, you catch the most flack when you're directly above the target. And Candace is catching all the flack. It's also been proven, and we'll show this in this segment, that these people are being paid to attack Candace Owens. How do we know this? The conservative influencers who were offered the money and turned it down are tweeting out the email that they got. Main Vein with $5. Thank you very much, Main Vein. Thank you to everybody contributing to this show. Appreciate it so much. He says, good morning, Aaron. How familiar are you with the book of Revelations, and what are your thoughts on it? I would say I am familiar with about, I'll be generous to myself, 10% of Revelations. I'm pretty good on the broad strokes of it, but I haven't read the whole thing through. I got through quite a bit of it in jail. But between that and converting to Islam, my time was. Joey Caravello with $2 says his partner in sodomy is in Johnny's basement. Oh, God. Thank you for that. All right, so let's get into some of this stuff. So we showed you the Candace Owens. You know what? Let's show you the trailer here real quick for those of you who missed it yesterday, because we're going to be doing a deep dive into this. Please hit like, please hit subscribe, please hit follow. Candace Owens, Erika, well, let's just type in Bride of Charlie. That's what it's, which, by the way, I think is a great name. And anyone who's afraid or worried about asking questions like this, to me, is immediately suspect. Why can't we analyze Erika Kirk? She came out of nowhere to take over this giant organization that's very influential. Why can't she be vetted? Because her husband got killed? I don't think Coretta Scott King would mind if you went, well, I mean, she's dead now, but if you went, hey, Coretta, you mind if we look into your life story? She's like, yeah, go ahead. Why not? She wouldn't say fucking. She was a classy lady. But this is what Candace Owens is making that's got people so worked up.
President Trump says that Kirk has died after he was shot from a nearby building. After being shot at Utah Valley University. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead.
The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
That's a weird way to talk.
I didn't even get to give him a kiss goodbye. That young man, I forgive him.
Don't worry, Turning Point USA and Israel kissed him goodbye for you. With a microphone pack.
Take your time.
I would expect her, after her husband was killed, to explore every avenue of what possibly could have happened. But boy, does she shut down certain shit real quick that she hasn't looked into.
Erika Kirk has been named the new CEO of Turning Point USA.
My husband's dead. I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead.
It's weird to say excited.
Describes her husband's funeral
as Lionel.
The event of the century. Merch, hats.
We have 50,000 plus hat orders.
Nobody knows why she's out there in a glittering pantsuit in a recreated tent that her husband tragically was murdered in, throwing merch out.
Everyone grieves.
And have we found out what the deal is? Because somebody on CNN said she lost her kids. And then I've heard other people say that Charlie's parents have the children. Is that true?
Differently, so if someone's acting weird, something that you don't want on the front page of a newspaper.
Oh. An investigative series, The Bride of Charlie. Now, part of me does believe that Candace wanted Charlie Kirk. I think she was interested in Charlie Kirk, and I don't think Charlie liked dark meat. I think that does have something to do with it. But I don't think that's the whole deal. I think she does love Charlie. I think she distrusts Erika Kirk greatly. So I think there is some genuine concern from Candace Owens. But either way, doesn't matter. It's good to vet people. It's good to take a look into all of this stuff. So let's find out what the reaction from some on the right was over this trailer, which, by the way, I believe Candace is debuting this series today on her show on YouTube. So this is a guy named Graham Allen. I've never heard of Graham Allen. And that's, I guess, on me because he's a podcaster guy. He's got like 565,000 followers. And just because I've never heard of them doesn't mean that they're like controlled, doesn't mean that they were like funded into existence by someone like the Daily Wire does, but it's usually a pretty good sign that they were. If all of a sudden they're just showing up like this and they're carrying water for particular causes, it shows that they, hey, I know you couldn't do a show on your own and make your own money from your audience, but we'll supply you with the money and you just, don't step out of line. So this is Graham Allen talking about Candace Owens. Now, I want you to recognize the themes because we're going to play clips from Bongino, Graham Allen, Dave Rubin, and Ben Shapiro. And I want you to recognize the themes that these guys are putting out there and see if maybe this was communicated to them.
Hello, everyone. We're getting ready to do the show here in about...
I got to say this. I was wrong about this guy. Font of charisma.
An hour. We're getting ready to go all in against the...
Oh, he's never woke and Black Rifle Coffee Company. So he's a walking billboard for every fucking neocon cause there is. All right. I bet you he gets some good donations.
Go all in against the evil that is Candace Owens.
Evil? Is she demonic?
It's not enough.
She's Satan?
To combat the demonic attack.
Demonic? Wow. So evil, demonic. Keep an eye on those two words.
That she is doing against Erika Kirk, Charlie's widow, and his children.
She's not saying anything about his children. Fuck you, dude. She has said nothing about her children. She has this is how you know that she's getting close to something, because they're pulling out all the stops. She has said nothing about the children.
I want to know who's funding it. I want to know if George Farmer is behind it. I want to know who's editing it. I want to know who her team is. I want to know who is responsible for continuing this evil. Because here's the thing. Candace Owens is going to get the wife and possibly even the children of Charlie Kirk hurt.
You fucking piece of shit. Oh, we can't criticize people who look suspect. We can't criticize Erika Kirk. She might get hurt. That is not... I bet you this guy has gone on free speech rants on his show, right? About like, oh, it's the crazy people who do stuff. We still have a right to say things. Crazy people do things. That's not okay. But now, because Candace is talking about Otto Buscher, because Candace is talking about Romania, because Candace is going to talk about Raytheon and Turning Point USA, oh, now she's going to get her kids hurt. Motherfucker, if the media is to be believed, the kids ain't even around Erika, so they'll be fine, and they should be.
And someone has to stop it. Someone has to fight against it. And to all of you cowards that called Charlie your friend, that simply used him to boost your own career, you disgust me.
Oh, you disgust me. How dare you? Little Greta Thunberg over here, Graham Allen. The fact that this was all bought and paid for and he got compensated for this, I'm going to give Graham Allen this. Hell of an actor. Because he actually had me for a minute there thinking that he actually was upset about this. So he's earning his money. Graham's earning his money. $7,000. Graham Allen is, oh man, he looks like a mean military guy. Look out. Candace can't ask questions. That's not what we fought for. She needs to get her comeuppance. So she's demonic, remember. She's a demon, and she's evil. Let's you know what? Let's watch Dan Bongino's totally authentic, total original, not talking points response to Candace Owens. By the way, I just want to preface this with Epstein cover-up initiator Dan Bongino.
Erika didn't choose this, man.
Yes, she literally did. She could have retired with her children and not gotten involved in Israel Shill USA, and none of this would be happening right now. She literally chose this. God, these guys are fucking sociopaths. The acting. Oh, my God.
She didn't choose this.
And this guy was there when all this was being set
Imagine
up.
sitting there in your house and you find out from Twitter or, I don't know, a text or a phone call or that your husband was just shot in the neck for the entire world to see on social media at a public event.
You know what I wouldn't do if that would be terrible. If that happened to me, I don't know what I would do, but I know I wouldn't build a replica of the tent he was murdered in so people could pose for pictures for money. I know I wouldn't brag about how many merch orders we have to fill. I know that'd be kind of weird if I did that. I wouldn't pose for glamour shots with his corpse. I probably wouldn't do that. I'm not saying what Erika should or shouldn't have done. You're telling me to imagine myself in that scenario. I wouldn't brag about how much money I've made since he died. That'd be fucked up. He's trying to fake cry.
I can't imagine that.
You should give Erika Kirk lessons.
Then you got to go through this.
I bet you I hope he doesn't refer to Candace Owens as a demon, because that would sound repetitive from what Graham Allen said.
And you got a bunch of...
Don't say demon.
Absolute fucking lunatics.
Lunatics, okay, that's good.
Sending her emails.
Yeah.
You did it. Comments, tweets. Fuck you. Fuck you.
That's fine. You can say fuck you all you want. You can make an argument, too, if you want to. You can explain to me all of this shit that Candace is going to bring up. You can say fuck you, too. Really, Dan, for you to say fuck you to any of us who have questions about this, for it to affect us, we'd have to have any respect for you. And quite frankly, Mr. Bongino, I think a lot of us lost any respect for you when you covered up the fucking trafficking, murder, and consumption of young children by vile satanic pedophiles. So, I'm sorry, Dan. I'm going to go ahead and skip the lecture from the fucking guy who helped the Mossad agent blackmail and occupy our entire country while he fucked and killed kids. I'm going to go ahead and skip the lecture from the guy who's totally fine with that and helped cover it up and lied to my face. Forgive me if I'm not patient with your fucking morality lecture, you Epstein enabler.
Fuck you.
Go ahead.
Fuck you.
Fuck yourself right back, Dan. And by the way, when it happens to you, we won't cover it up.
You demonic fucking scum.
Demonic? Wait, demonic? I've heard that before. Where else have I heard demonic? Oh, yeah, the other guy who made the video. Okay. Dan, you're going to make an argument at any point? You're just going to stare at me with those bug eyes.
For as much as I hate what just happened, I wish ill on no one. And everyone should restrain their emotions. From the other side.
We know you don't wish ill on anyone, especially anyone in the Epstein files. You think they're all just gravy and did nothing wrong.
Because they are not on our side.
Oh.
Everyone.
Good. What side would that be?
Once you go down the road of violence, there's no turning back. There's always someone stronger than
you. Might want to talk to Turning Point USA and the Israelis about that. Dan, I think you're giving the wrong lecture to the wrong people. Right lecture, wrong people.
You, man. Always. There's a whole lot of people stronger than me.
I know, like the people who killed Charlie.
And I'm sorry if the language distracts from you, but I can think of no other New York way to say it.
Again.
Fuck
Go ahead.
you, motherfuckers.
Fuck you right back, you shill. Fuck you right back.
You deserve to feel the little licks of the flames of hell.
Yeah, you too. How does Jesus feel about those who don't protect the children? Huh? Dan? How does Christ feel about sinners, prostitutes, things like that? He believes that they deserve a chance to inherit the kingdom of heaven too. And you know what? A lot of them probably did inherit the kingdom of heaven a lot earlier than they would have because of people like you helping to cover up. Virginia Giuffre got to go to heaven. Well, I mean, technically, if she, well, I don't think she killed herself. So Virginia Giuffre got to go to heaven a lot earlier because of people like you. So, I mean, what would you know about it, Capone?
Every inch of your body.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Right back at you, pal.
If there's an afterlife.
Yeah, there is.
Oh, and I believe there is.
Okay.
I believe in the second creation. I don't pretend to be the judge and jury, but I know you're not in it.
Oh. So you don't pretend to be the judge and the jury, but you know, well, that's being the judge and jury if you know we're not in it. Hey, Dan, just to prove that we're all better people than you, I believe that if you do accept Jesus Christ as your personal savior and you do repent for your sins, that you will inherit the kingdom, that you will go. So thank you for showing us who the real Christians are in this whole thing. So, all right, demonic. We got demonic from a couple different people so far. Graham Allen and Dan Bongino. Coltrane with $1. Thank you very much, Coltrane. He says, you bottle fucked it, the Beetlejuice reference. That's what the Epstein guy says when they order an info. Dan Bongino would not like that. Dorkness Rising with $2 says, call into the Graham Allen show and mog him. I don't know Graham Allen or his show. Fauci's Pangolin with $1 says, fuck you, Dan. Me mom died in the holly. That's not true, Dan. Do not have to worry, Dan. That guy's mom didn't die in the holly. He's lying to you. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. We appreciate you. So here we go. Aussie Mark says, don't make us watch Jew Shapiro. I have terrible news.
Me refer at the top of the show is an evil, twisted human being.
Oh,
now the reason
hey, Ben's changing it up a little. He said evil, twisted human being, and that's because Ben's sharp. You know, Ben usually writes these letters of recruiting people to smear people. So Ben knows to switch the wording up a little bit. He's not lazy like Graham Allen and Dan Bongino.
Say that today is because Candace has spent the last several months attacking the widow of Charlie Kirk, Erika Kirk. It took her just a few days after Charlie's sick murder in order to start casting
sick murder, bro.
Aspersions at Turning Point USA, people who work there all the way up to the highest levels.
I'm sorry, Ben, but you're a Mr. Facts over feelings guy, right? There's a lot of smoke from Turning Point and Ackman and Hammer and BB. These guys were threatening Charlie Kirk. That is a fucking fact. God damn, man, for these guys to go, oh, clutch your pearls. The shit they've said about people they disagree with over the years. And they're going to go, how dare Candace read text messages that were sent to her? How dare Candace actually acknowledge that Turning Point was trying to pressure Charlie into getting rid of people? How dare Candace Owens point out that Charlie Kirk was called to a fucking intervention where Bill Ackman tried to get him to stop criticizing Israel? How dare Candace Owens want to look into that and say, did this have something to do with my friend's death? I got to say, if one of my best buddies, like one of my friends died of a drug overdose a couple of years ago. I haven't really talked about this very much because it never really was apropos to the show, but it was one of the big reasons why I left that giant mistake. That I left. You know, my children were the biggest part of it. I couldn't watch April die any more than she was already dying. And just, you know, watching people destroy themselves is not an enjoyable thing to look at. So you got to take yourself out of there. But also, I regularly had issues with drug use because I had a friend who died in Mexico from a heart attack brought upon by, we believe, drug use. And I'm pretty sure cocaine mixed with fentanyl. And it really hit me hard. And luckily, he was a friend from high school, and I'm still friendly with a lot of the people I was friends with in high school. And we were able to talk to each other and everything else. But like, when I would bring up his death to other people who were using and say, like, I don't want this to happen to you, it was just met with what a bad guy I am and what a horrible person I am. And that really fucking got to me. That really affected me a lot. Still does to this day. But I would want to know everything about my friend's death. You know, my friend's name was John. I'll just say that. His name was John. That's a common enough name. Well, like if there was anything nefarious about John's death, if it was even a rumor, I would look into it. I would want to investigate that rumor and find out if that had anything to do with the death of my friend. And for people to call Candace Owens demonic or evil or anything else because she's looking into leads about the death of her friend that nobody seems to be looking into, that's shitty.
Up to and including Erika Kirk. She was doing that very, very quickly, and she's been doing it for months. I mean, truly for months. I mean, yesterday, she came out with something that she had announced she was doing, which is a series. This is a trailer for a series, a teaser trailer that is titled Bride of Charlie, which is supposedly now an expose on the evil, nefarious, predatory nature of Erika Kirk, the widow of Charlie Kirk.
No, but you have not seen an episode of this yet. Why are you assuming that it looks like, again, the way these guys respond make me more suspicious, not less. An evil expose into the terribleness of Erika. From what I've seen in the trailer, it looks like it's going to explore who Erika Kirk is. First of all, this is something that needs to be done. She stepped up out of nowhere to be the head of one of the largest, most influential conservative organizations in the United States of America. I think looking into her and vetting her is a very, very good idea.
Who again was shot in the neck, not by some sort of...
If he was shot in the femoral artery, would it be okay to do this? Fuck off with the emotional manipulation shit.
Vast conspiracy involving French intelligence and Egyptian airplanes, but by a trans-loving gay man who is a furry.
Okay, Ben. And I know people hate Ben Shapiro, so I'm just going to play a little bit of that. Ben did a better job with the messaging, but that's because he's not being paid. Ben legitimately hates Candace Owens. But if I may, does Ben not hear himself? How can you guys be skeptical of the story of Charlie Kirk's death? Because what you're handing me is crazy trans-loving gay dude who was a furry took a shot from 200 yards away with a rifle and hit Charlie in the neck while his head was pointed down this way. I'm sorry, but when I look into your story, it seems just as insane, if not more insane, than the idea of we were dealing with hundreds of millions of dollars. The people paying the bills were not happy with what Charlie was saying. They tried to talk him out of it. He told them to fuck off, and they decided that maybe this guy needs to go. Throughout the course of human history, have we seen that story play out more? People murdered over money and business? Or have we seen gay, trans-loving furries take sniper shots from 200 yards away? Please. Because I know the answer to that question. And Ben knows the answer to that question. Thus, all the emotional manipulation. So I just want to do one more here. And then we're going to go into the proof that these people were paid to oppose Candace Owens and her Erika Kirk documentary. Give me just one moment here to pull up the Dave Rubin clip, because Dave Rubin is one of the most shameful, grifting sacks of shit that there could be. Oh, wow. Did he take it? Did he take it down? I retweeted it yesterday, and it does not seem to exist anymore. Oh, here we go. Here we go. They re-uploaded it somewhere else. All right. Dave Rubin's take on the Candace Owens thing.
There is a side that is basically pro-America, that is basically pro-freedom, that's a little messy and has some problems. And there is a side that wants to burn the whole damn thing down. And
all of you guys, just go fuck yourselves. Oh, when this is over, I hope we take prisoners. I do. Because we tried to do this the right way. We tried to talk this out. We tried to raise concerns about America first and all that. And you guys chose this. So yeah. We tried to get your help. Remember when you guys were we need to dig to the truth. We need to get the truth on COVID and Fauci and all that. We thought you would feel the same way about everything else. Turns out you're just bought and paid for. Well, Rubin's bought and paid for by the Russians. He was part of that Lauren Chen, Russia, Gregorian thing, tenant media.
They're telling you, and they are making it happen. And this is why one of the things that
And we don't want to burn everything down. We just want to burn down the dead wood. We want to burn down the rot. We want to get rid of the infection.
I'm going to really focus on over the next 9 or so months is making sure that the right, to whatever extent we can hold this wide tent MAGA thing together, we'll go ahead and do it.
There's a great way to do it. Actually make America great again. Be America first. Then you can hold the tent together. But I'm sorry that we're a bunch of pricks that want what we voted for. We apologize that we're like that.
Ex-libs will find common cause with the more traditional conservatives, and that you could have a party that would bring in, mushroom-eating Joe Rogan that would still be on the same side as, I don't know, somebody like evangelical Charlie Kirk, who unfortunately is no longer with us. That is the challenge for all of us.
Hey, Dave, I got bad news for you. I got more in common with Bernie Sanders right now than I do a lot of the Zionist Republicans taking us to war for Israel. Did you see at the State of the Union yesterday? That fucking sad sight, man. That guy, that big, strong soldier who took bullets to the leg to kidnap Maduro, and then immediately Venezuela starts shipping oil to Israel for the first time in 6 years. Did you see that guy? He had the walker. He's got the beautiful wife, big, strong soldier, and he's using a walker. He's using a walker because Mr. America First, Mr. Make America Great Again, Donald Trump sent that man into Venezuela where he didn't belong to kidnap a guy who had never attacked us, and he took shots to the leg for it. And that guy will never walk right ever again. See, Dave, that's what we're all pissed about. Because you guys see this as some fucking game. You guys see this as Connect 4 or Chutes and Ladders. And, hey, we won the game because the libs are triggered. We actually want good things to happen for our family and our friends and our countrymen. And we don't want to see people getting their legs blown off for another government as we're lining up to do it again. So I'm sorry, Dave. The reason we look insane to you is because we believe in the shit that you and us say, whereas this is all a game to you. That's why you don't understand.
So this, I thought, was it's kind of depressing, to be totally honest with you. But Seth Dillon from the Babylon Bee, he put this up.
Fucking
what would Charlie
piece of shit.
Kirk have to say about this? And what would he think of his so-called friends who can't summon the courage to say it for him? And what he's showing you there is that Candace Owens this morning released
By the way, you don't know what Charlie would say about it. I don't know what Charlie would say about it. And second of all, this wouldn't have been made if Charlie was still alive.
New documentary, or at least the trailer.
Why don't you tell us, Seth? You were at that meeting in the Hamptons where you were all bullying him into towing the line. What would Charlie say about it, Seth?
Trailer for this new documentary called Bride of Charlie. And in it, she is, if not outright saying, certainly putting innuendo that Erika Kirk had something to do. Erika Kirk, Charlie's wife, had something to do with the death of Charlie Kirk.
This is how you know Candace is onto something. I'm telling you. She hasn't said that. The documentary didn't say that. It's an expose going, isn't she behaving kind of fucked up? That's an okay question to ask. I thought we were good with looking for the answers and digging deeper and asking questions. You guys are the ones saying that she's saying she killed Charlie. And I don't think she killed her husband. I don't. I think she knew that maybe some bad people were plotting some shit. And the way she took over so seamlessly, I think they had conversations with her.
She also, in the last couple of weeks, has called Erika Kirk a lesbian groomer. She has said...
I mean, she did tell a 15-year-old she was going to touch her butt and said inappropriate shit to a 15-year-old girl over multiple DMs and Instagram posts. I wouldn't say lesbian groomer. Candace might... Did Candace say lesbian groomer, or is this another thing they're kind of extrapolating?
Like, she has said the most absolutely psychotic things. And the only reason I'm even bringing this up, because I have no desire to talk about her, and I
but
know
I got
that's
paid.
what she wants more than anything else, is that how are we going to keep this thing together as a certain portion?
How about this? You do what we fucking told you to do. Give us the shit we voted for. Then you can hold this thing together. It's on you, buddy. You guys are in charge.
Of the right is going nuts. That is going to be the challenge.
Well, you're a sodomite who buys babies, so I don't really care. So that's what they all had to say. Aussie Mark says, oh, so now it's wrong to expose the groomers. Yes. Papa Shab says, this guy literally shits cum. Casper Fast says, Aaron, mocking a war hero is a bad look for you to fuck you right up the ass if you think that's what I was doing. That is, I mean, look, the fact that you were wrong about this president, you're wrong about our foreign policy, that's fine. Don't put that shit on me. In the world I support, that fucking hero can still walk right. And Israel can find their own fucking oil. So, Casper Fast, that was bullshit. You can fuck right off. That man's legs are mangled for a foreign power thousands of miles away that benefited us zero and put Americans in more danger than they were in before. And that poor man's legs don't work anymore because of that. Okay, look, Casper Fast, we're going to put each other on two sides of this coin. You're okay with American soldiers not being able to walk so that we can kidnap President Maduro and Venezuela can ship Israel oil right away. I think that soldier should still be able to take a walk with his wife unencumbered. Fuck you if you think that's attacking that soldier. Eat shit, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. That is fucking bullshit. And that's why this country's in the fucking shape it's in, because people like you take actual criticism of a foreign policy that gets our countrymen killed and wounded for another country, and you act like we're the bad guys and not the people that got that man shot. Ooh, that is fucking... I'll give you this, Casper Fast. If I had my way, he wouldn't have to be a war hero. How about that? Oh, that fucking good. Hey, if your goal was I'm going to trigger Aaron today, that's a good one, buddy. You fucking got me. But that is a dipshit fucking chicken shit move you just pulled. Papa Shab says his obesity will be his downfall. Hey, wait a minute. What? Hold on. No, wait. You're on my side on this one, though. All right, guys. We got to get back into the Candace Owens thing here. So, all of those clips we just watched, 1,000% bought and paid for. How do we know that? Well, we don't have to have a conspiracy theory. We don't have to guess. We don't have to wonder, because people are coming out and they're talking about it. Matt Walsh, who is 2.3 million followers on Twitter, makes original music videos on X about trending topics and news events for a living. Says, full disclosure, I was offered money today to say bad things about Candace Owens and turned it down. This is an organized movement to discredit Candace Owens. Okay, you know what? Maybe that's just one person. That's not enough for you. I get it. Maybe Casper Fast is busy sucking blue and white cock. Maybe that's not enough for him. Liger said, this morning, I said there was a coordinated attack against Candace Owens over her Erika Kirk investigation. Now a leaked Turning Point USA email confirms it, laying out the smear campaign and even scripting the talking points. They were told to call her evil and demonic. Graham Allen, Dan Bongino, back to back, boom. These people are too stupid to think for themselves. They need Erika Kirk to do it for them. And then here's the email from Turning Point USA. Now, this was grokked. This was released by multiple people. This is legit. This is real. Israel. This isn't journalism. It's pure evil. Demonic slander against a widow still in mourning. Dragging Charlie's name and legacy through the mud for clicks and clout. We've seen her pattern before, but this time it's personal, it's vicious, and it has to stop. Talking points. Use these verbatim or close variations. Or have a soul. Candace Owens is evil, pure evil. This is demonic, straight up satanic level attack on a widow and her kids. Candace is a demon obsessed with destroying Charlie's family. Boy, Dan Bongino and Graham Allen both did that to a T. How can any real Christian stay silent while she attacks Erika Kirk like this? Well, Christianity does believe in exposing evil. She's not asking questions. She's conducting a witch hunt. Action items. Do this now before it trends further. Quote a reply to this key post exposing the trailer and calling it out using the language above. And they give you the trailer video. High visibility, amplify the outrage there. They're scripting their outrage. This is gross. Share and quote Graham Allen's strong stand. He's leading the charge. How's it feel, House you know what? How's it feel, Stephen? Oh, Lord, at Turning Point, I've missed your money like a baby miss Mammy's titty. Post your own version if you have reach. Tag big accounts like Cat Turd, Gunther Eagleman, Wells Jordan, Joel Berry, and use hashtag Stand With Erika, hashtag Charlie Kirk Legacy, hashtag Stop Candace. Number 4, flood the replies under any Candace defending or neutral post with the demonic evil framing. Make it impossible to ignore. This coordinated push worked against her before. It can bury this trailer before episode 1 even drops. Don't let the discernment crowd spin this as brave truth-telling. It's exploitation of tragedy. If you're in, hit reply with in, and we'll loop you into the next update. For Charlie, for Erika, for the kids, for what's left of decency on our side, stay strong. See you, team. Forward only, do not reply all. And God bless the brave people who leaked that email. God bless them, that Liger and everybody else. Shuli Madoff with $5. Thank you so much for that $5. Says, we are such the baddies. We got freaking North Korea taking out Mossad agents. Yes, North Korea report. Well, they claim that they've hanged 5 Mossad agents. They claim that. They claim it. Conditioner on my D says, what about Steel Toe? No, I didn't get the email. If they would have knocked out today's goal, she would be demonic today. Demonic. Anawal says it's AstroTurf, sure, but were they paid? Yeah, we don't have confirmation that they were paid, but I would, I'll be really honest. I don't think that. I don't think if these people were doing this and they didn't get a little something on the back end, they're fucking stupid. Veldrain with $1 says they were told to call her demonic, evil, or black. Actually, did you guys hear? I don't know if you heard, but we had some breaking news on the Candace front that Michael Richards actually took. Michael Richards actually took Turning Point USA's email, and he said, I'll join you, I'll help you, because Michael Richards said that he was against what Candace Owens was doing. And we actually he did a podcast. And when he did that podcast, come on, fuck it. Are you kidding me? You know what? This is my fault. At this point, I should have this downloaded. At this point, I should have this downloaded. Did he apologize enough that they just eliminated it, took it down? You've got to be shitting me. I've got pictures of it. You know what? It's too funny. Kramer. Laugh Factory. Come on. What the fuck? Here we go. Here we go. This was actually Michael Richards responding to Turning Point USA. And they asked Michael Richards, hey, Kramer, will you go and speak out against Candace Owens? And this is what Michael Richards did on behalf of Turning Point.
Shut up! 50 years ago, you had your upside down with a fucking fork up your ass! You can talk, you brave now, motherfucker! Rolls out, he's a nigger!
Oh, my God!
He's a nigger!
That's not
He's
okay.
a nigger!
That's not okay.
A nigger, look, is a nigger!
That's not okay. I don't think he should. I mean, while it's more entertaining than Bongino or Graham Allen's rant, I don't think that's what Turning Point had in mind. My good gravy. Main Vein with $5 says it's hard to believe a little over a year ago Trump got elected and conservatives had hope, and now here we are. Yay. The fun has just begun. Thank you for that $5. Let's golden shower up that Rumble chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships, etc. Thank you guys very much. So we had Matt Walsh saying he was offered. Then Andrew Wilson, it's kind of a weirdo. He threw together a bunch of tweets from conservative influencers and just titled it, "Wait, what the fuck?" And here we go. Here's the tweets. Here's Graham Allen. "I'm convinced Candace Owens is a demon." Here's another woman saying Candace is a demon. Here's Jordan S90, one of the people that was mentioned in that email. "I'm not so sure if Candace Owens is merely a demon. I think the devil gave her..." Okay. Steve Deese, who's a Republican conservative guy. "What Candace Owens is doing is the most wicked and satanic thing that has ever come from the online right." Cat Turd, who is a fucking douche, says, "Just so you know, Candace Owens is pure evil. She's a demon straight from the bowels of hell." Some Natalie lady, "Candace Owens is a demon from the pits of hell." Han Shanity said, or Han Shawnity, "Candace Owens is a genuine demon." Gunther Eagleman, "Whether you are a Candace fan or not, this is evil." Weird. They all seem to be saying very similarly worded things. And after seeing that email, doesn't seem like much of a coincidence, if you ask me. So there we go. That's I'm looking forward to episode 1 of Candace Owens' Erika Kirk thing. I'm interested to see what she comes up with. Reformed Rapscallion says, "I do like the idea of ruining one of these grifters' meetups by just using the most foul, obnoxious language possible." Dead Game says, "Talking points went out, huh? Megyn Kelly?" No, they were attacking Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly is she's bad because Megyn Kelly won't say that Candace Owens is the most evil woman who's ever lived. So, Propaganda Alt says, "These are the funniest jokes Michael Richards has ever told." Wait, what? Comedy Villain says, "Everybody in the chat, pay attention to your socials today so you can see how many brain-dead cocks are going to repeat this language that Aaron is reading right now." Dustin05P says, "Golden shower power." I'll be honest with you, we could use a golden shower right about now. I'm very happy with today's show. We've got a perfect week going, so I don't want to seem like the grifting, can-rattling, begging guy. Today's show isn't going well monetarily. It's going very well viewership-wise. We're up over 700 people. Thank you very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. So I do appreciate that, but if you like what we're doing, please throw a couple of bucks in. We sure could use it today and get our program back on track. I'm very happy with the quality, but again, I don't want to sully it with the alms for the poor. So do what you can. I appreciate it. You guys have been fantastic. You're an amazing audience, and I do appreciate you. If you go above and beyond, I think hitting like is going above and beyond, and I think throwing a couple bucks in is going above and beyond. So if you do that, thank you for your generosity and supporting this show. And if you like these kind of ideas and thoughts being allowed to be expressed to a larger audience, we run on your donations. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right, we're going to get into Canada's MAID program. And Canada is now offering same-day deaths. This is very odd. The Canada MAID program, which was supposed to be exclusively for people that, had debilitating diseases that they were going to die from. It's now they're selling it like mattresses at this point. But before we get into any of that, still haven't tried 1775 coffee? Now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped, only 1,000 units. You're getting the bold dark roast that hits hard, the smooth medium roast, and the Vitality mushroom coffee for clean energy and laser focus. No crash. All single origin, small batch, toxin-free, and mold-free. Plus, you're also getting a gold spoon clip, because freedom isn't scooped with plastic. A frother strong enough to stir up your mother-in-law's opinions and your coffee, and a black 1775 tumbler. $170 worth of coffee and gear, yours for $99. This is for the ones who've been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, wondering if it's actually worth it. Spoiler, it is. Go to 1775coffee.com/studio and grab your starter kit before they're gone. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something, just like Rumble does. 1775coffee.com. Thanks, guys. All right, while we've got over 700 of you checking out this show, let's make some fucking cash, huh? $5 from Fuck You Dude. It showed up 3 times in the chat. $5 from Fuck You Dude just says savory once again. Yeah, if you guys, if we could go on a bit of a, I would say, you know what, go on a $50, $60 rally right about now. I think we're looking solid for today. Again, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. All right, let's do it. Canada is now offering same-day assisted because we're on our B platform is YouTube, and they don't want you to say that. It's a childish shit. Fuck them. Same-day suicide in Canada now in the MAID program. It's just... this program moved at breakneck speed because a lot of us who are usually considered conspiracy theorists or bad people, or we look too far into things, we kind of said that over the course of like 10 years, Canada would just start offing people for wanting a chairlift. To think that the MAID program wasn't going to work in tandem with their single-payer healthcare system was, I think, naive for a lot of people. But a lot of us said, hey, Canada's it's going to start with the infirmed. It's going to start with people who are, terminally ill. And who wouldn't be for that? Just people who want to end their suffering. But we all said, hey, within 10 years or 10, 15 years down the road, a generation from now, Canada's going to tie this in with the single-payer healthcare system and use it to save themselves money by just offing people in big numbers. Well, I'm here to say us conspiracy people were wrong because it actually took them far less than a decade to start doing that. So 1 year into the MAID program, people, a veteran, a Canadian wounded veteran who needed a chairlift, sent in and applied to get a chairlift paid for by their healthcare system. What he got in the mail was a brochure on the MAID program asking if he'd like to make an appointment, because he wanted a chairlift. And now they've, since in the last couple of years, expanded who can use the MAID program, including people who have mental health and depression issues. Well, now Canada is doing same-day offings. This is, I wish Turning Point sent an email on this to call it demonic and evil. In Canada, you can request a government-sponsored suicide and get killed on the same day. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Oh. We're going to give you the whole needle, but you're only going to need the edge. From a report by the chief coroner of Ontario's Medical Assistance in Dying Death Review Committee, I guarantee what they're going to start doing to people is you'll have people with cancer in Canada, and they'll go, ooh, treatment for chemo's like months out right now with our single-payer system. It's going to be hard to get you in for treatment. But you know what we can do today is just blow your head off. What do you think? I mean, look, I know it's a permanent thing, but we can do that today. Treating your cancer, you don't know if that shit's going to work, right? We can do that in a few months. So, few months with your cancer. Today we clean your ears with a .40 caliber handgun. Look, why don't you sit down, fill out the paperwork, no rush. You can make your decision whenever you want. Because like we said, we can save you months from now. We can kill you today. Now, the distribution of these deaths in the first 90 days is present in Figure 1. A small portion, 4.8% of all Track 1 MAID deaths occurred on the same day or next day of a request for MAID. The only thing they're efficient at is killing people. In 2023, 65 MAID provisions, 1.4% of Track 1 MAID deaths, occurred on the same day of a request, and 154 MAID provisions, 3.4% of Track 1 MAID deaths, occurred on the next day of a request. So, some of these people, they're just getting it done day one. I mean, you don't want to give a customer a chance to change their mind. I mean, one of the classic points of sales is when you get the answer you want, stop asking. Jesus. What the fuck is going on up there, guys? We have Canadians who listen to the show. Haven't you guys always been the ones lecturing us on how we don't treat people right and how we don't value life and Canada's so much nicer and kinder? You're whacking people day one. They're like, me mom died. I'm feeling sad. I want to die too. And they're like, all right, bend over. Doesn't seem very Canadian of you. Lord Jesus. Some wild shit you've got going on. Come on in today. We'll kill you. We'll kill you same day. Here at, I was going to say Turning Point USA, here in the Great White North. $2 from Veldrain. Thank you to anyone shipping into this show right now. We appreciate it. Veldrain says Canada's whites-only MAID program is experiencing zero social backlash for some reason. Weird, right? Fauci's Pangolin with $1 says Canadian snuff porn now only $99. That is weird, right? That, it's all these whites. Los Federales says, hey, I'm Canadian. Well, if you're ever feeling sad one day, they can take care of you. And they'll do it the same day. Raymond Bryan says, you know what is true, just hard to believe true. And they're saying it openly. Hot Fish Head Soup says Johnny would be a good fit for that. Stop it. No, the fact that Johnny is not here today has nothing to do with the Canadian MAID program story. Johnny wrote me this morning. He said he had trouble sleeping, so he's going to take the day off. He's got a big funeral tomorrow, and he's feeling a little sad about it, which is understandable. So Johnny took the day. So if you like me doing a show all by my lonesome and you've been very entertained today, please and thank you. All right, moving on from the Canada shit. I got some good news. I feel like I've been bumming everybody out, and that's why they don't feel like throwing a couple bucks at the old toe today. I want to give you guys some good news. I want to give you guys something you can really enjoy and hit the like button on and share the show on. I'm just going to play this clip without any commentary because my commentary seems to be hurting things. Let me just play this on its own. Here you go. Straight up, 42 seconds. Enjoy.
Okay. Will you run again?
I haven't decided.
You're still thinking about it?
I might.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what I've been saying. That's what I closed the book and I'm like, oh, she wants to. She's just thinking about it. If that was my impression. I don't know if that's what you intended, but that was my impression.
No, the book is about a specific period in time. There was no agenda beyond what we've discussed already, which is just sharing with people, the reality of the experience and hopefully allowing people to see something of themselves.
Women are fucking enthralling podcasters, I have to say. They really, quite frank, if I may, nobody better. So she wants to run again or she hasn't decided if she's going to run again in 2028. I say do it. And by the way, for the rest of you who are saying, yeah, do it, she should run again because she'd get owned. You see what the Republican Party is doing to each other? Now, don't get me wrong. I hope that all these people following this Turning Point USA script are defeated and there can be a true America First Party and they win. That would be great. But the state that the Republican Party is in right now, you can't write off anybody. Even Kamala Harris, you cannot write them off because shit ain't exact. I mean, hey, you watched last night's State of the Union, right? There wasn't a whole lot of meat on the bone to brag about in that thing. $1 from somebody. Thank you, somebody, for the $1. I appreciate everybody's dollars coming in. You literally keep this show going. He says, imagine calling up a buddy and saying, hey, I need someone to pick my car up after my appointment tomorrow. Yeah. Why? Why can't you do it? Are you going to be like sedated or something? Yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah, sedated. That's the ticket. I don't think you really give a shit if your car gets picked up or not. If you're going in for the big MAID program appointment, I think you're shaking off all your earthly responsibilities and you don't really care. Conditioner on my D says, yuck, you go girl podcasting sucks worse than Aaron. Hey, I'm not the worst. Hey. If I'm not the worst, that means I'm doing something right. All right, 690 of you checking out the toe right now. I am really happy with today's numbers. The only thing we could do a little better on is the listener support part of it. But hey, some days you're raking it in like we did yesterday, and some days some days the contributions don't match the quality of the show. And one thing this audience has shown historically is they always make it up at some point. So I'm not worried about it, but as a complete whore, I would love your support. And so if you feel like it, you know how to contribute. Links are in the chat. Let's talk about our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, if you go in the ditch, you slip and slide, you get into an accident, your vehicle won't start, you need to get somewhere quick, then our friends at All Care Towing are the absolute best when it comes to getting there quickly and getting you where you need to be safely and efficiently. So put their number in your phone for when you need them. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. And Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Of course, whatever you need for hunting, personal protection, home defense, whatever the case may be, our friends at Midland Armory are going to help you out. Greg and Stacy, they've got you. Go to midlandarmory.com today and search for literally anything you can think of. I mean, in that business. And see them at gun shows. If you're looking for a suppressor, they take care of the whole process for you, which is great. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. And Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Of course, Stoney's a great place to go and grab a couple of drinks, grab a pizza, hang out with your friends, play some darts, play some pool, and live music on the weekends on the Fireball stage. Saturday, March 14th, they've got a big St. Patrick's Day parade and party coming, and Brian the Leprechaun will be there for that one. That's Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota, right there on Broadway. Go see Cheetos and Stoney's. It is not White Power Wednesday. Stop that. Stop it. Hey, look at Brian coming up big for the toe. Appreciate that, Brian. That's great. 10 gifted memberships over on the YouTube end of things. Oh. Wanna fuck? Let's fuck! There we go. Thank you, Brian, for those 10 gifted memberships. That's awesome. That puts us in a little better spot today. What do you think? Can we go off on a bit of a rally thanks to Brian? It's possible. Let's do it. Cabinet Man on YouTube says, come on now, Aaron. You're still the worst. I think because I'm German, he means like W-U-R-S-T, like I'm a sausage. That's not complimentary. You know what? Neither of that sounds good. None of it. It's all bad. It's all bad. All right. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting follow, throw a couple of bucks in. We can still make a go. We can make a go of this thing today on this fine program. Bonnie Blue. You know, the last time by the way, our Bonnie Blue clip, just like I think it's been 3 weeks since we've had a clip in the 4 digits. Our clips have been struggling quite a bit lately. We just haven't been clipping out the right stuff that people want to see. I will tell you today, it's going to be the Candace stuff. And since the numbers on the live show have been good today, I'm hoping that one hits. But our Bonnie Blue thing, people didn't want to watch it, which in a way kind of makes me feel good. But Bonnie Blue has confirmed, and this is going to shock the shit out of you. The last time we were talking about Bonnie Blue, she did a 400-guy unprotected gangbang. And wouldn't you know, the demon got pregnant. Bonnie Blue got knocked up. We went over that on Monday's show. This is going to surprise the shit out of you. Bonnie Blue is confirming that the father of her child has left the country and stated he wants nothing to do with them after she got pregnant earlier this week. I can't believe it. You know, it is good to get an answer to one of our questions, though, and that question was, were there any black guys in the gangbang? We're learning now that it was a diverse crowd So Bonnie Blue gets pregnant, and now she's mad because now, first of all, how early can you find out who the father is? This seems a little, I'm still calling bullshit on this. I think she's going to say she lost the baby and use it for sympathy, or she's going to get an abortion because I couldn't raise the child alone and still gangbang everybody. Now, I think the best case scenario, and I'm fine with this, is this makes Bonnie Blue wake the fuck up. She doesn't do the gangbangs anymore. She finds God. She has her kid. She raises the child. She retires. She's got plenty of money, and she doesn't do any of this disgusting stuff anymore. And I think the icing on the cake would be if she spoke out against this kind of stuff going forward. Now, I think there's there's a better chance that Erika Kirk admits she knew about the plot to kill Charlie before anything that I just stated would ever happen. But while I believe that all fathers should stick around and raise their children, if there was ever an instance where I didn't blame the guy for sticking around, this would be it. So she posted the text message or the DMs, and Bonnie Blue said, "Men are unbelievable." Really, because you're a good standard. "Can you answer my phone calls? Just once, please. I told you I'm ready to become a mother. I made that decision. Dan, please man up." Now, I hate to say this, but I agree with Bonnie Blue. You wanted to go into a 400-person gangbang unprotected. You are a disgusting pig of a human being. You're gross. The least you could do is stand up for take responsibility for the gross decisions that you made and raise the kid. I mean, but then again, Bonnie Blue should have no expectation of that, seeing as she invited 400 disgusting men to raw dog her for content. So he should be a bigger man, and she shouldn't have any expectations of these guys. They're both garbage. Turning Point USA told me to call them both demonic. He wrote, "Stop messaging me. You banged 400 others that day. I got nothing to do with this stupid fuckery of yours." Now, she claims this is the father. I don't know if this early in a pregnancy you can find out who the father is. But I will say you don't have the right to say men are unbelievable when you invite 400 of them into your box unprotected. You're unbelievable. Not in the good way. I still believe that this is a work. I still believe, and she, by the way, I don't think she's ever going to admit that this is a work. I think she's going to say like she's going to do something really gross, like I lost the baby or I had an abortion. It's going to be some really gross, grifty thing because we're talking about Bonnie Blue. Why would that be beneath her? I don't think we're ever going to see a baby out of this thing. Ever. McBuster says, hey, the father is number 262 for sure. Papa Shab says Aaron draws the line at 100 guys fucking him at the same time. Anything over that is just disgusting. I really should be paid to read these things. I'm the one reading them for free. I don't think that's okay. Aussie Mark saying he thinks the father is number 399 for sure. Yeah, I mean, 399 does seem to be the magic number. Archmagus Tim says, no, father. She'll name the baby Jesus. And Jesus, he wants to go to Venus. Leave Bonnie far behind. Ugh. Dude, McBuster. Oh, McBuster says she's going to sell the baby to Howard Lutnick. Don't do it. That might even be worse. I just hope that they install like a trampoline or like a tumbling mat at the bottom of the hospital room floor, because that baby's going to slide out quick. Real quick. Ugh. Bonnie Blue. She didn't need the money. Yeah, that's one thing you can say about Bonnie Blue. That there's a bitch who does it for the love of the game, my friends. She is all love of the game. All right, let's move on to something else. For God's sake. This is a story from 12 years in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, this next topic we have is Bonnie Blue's child once they're in middle school. Let us do a 30-second ad for Jesus Christ. All right, guys, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. See if we can't make a go of this thing. Very good show today. I'm very happy with today's show. You guys, I'm very happy with the quality of today's show. If you guys could find it to be a little generous in your support of the program, I sure would appreciate it. I think everything about today's show has been great. That's why I don't want to ruin it with this stuff. But, got to make our money. We've had some good days here. Want to keep that going. Here we go. This is Bonnie Blue's kid 12 years from now. Sorry, I had to get away from me mum and all the gangbangs me mum was doing.
All right. You turn around, just have a seat.
So we don't even have the news story of this one. Well, we have the news story, but this is just the video. So that was a 12-year-old girl they were bringing into the police station who was being booked for writing out a detailed manifesto to carry out a school shooting due to bullying. Great that they caught her. Awesome that they were able to do something about this ahead of time. But a 12-year-old writing out a manifesto due to bullying. This is, we have gone, I think when it comes to schools and bullying, we have just gone the total wrong direction. Because you're never going to get rid of bullying. Bullying is going to exist. Young people especially will struggle to create hierarchies. And unfortunately, with some of that comes bullying. We have gone the wrong direction in teaching kids how to handle bullying. Because right now, I feel like since I was probably in middle school or high school, they changed it from sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never hurt me. And, ignore the bullies, they'll go away, whatever, into your feelings matter, your emotions matter. Bullying is very serious. It can cause all these problems, and almost like building bullying up as this inescapable thing that's going to kill you. And I feel like it's caused kids more emotional and psychological damage than we used to have. And then, of course, the floodgates were opened with Columbine, and then that became an option for people. And now we got kids writing manifestos. The news glorifies it, so if you're depressed and you think no one loves you, here's a way to get attention. The FBI has said as much, that showing the shooter's picture, reading their manifesto, putting them on the news, it does create and encourage copycats. So I think you're going to continue to see, and these stories are rare, but you're going to continue to see 12-year-olds who want to write manifestos and have people they want to go get. If we just continue, and our solution seems to be, no matter what the issue is, just keep going down that road. We'll figure it out eventually. Just keep going down that road. I don't know, man. I do. I think we're going in the wrong direction. Full honesty. Thank you to Main Vein with $1. Says, she's going to keep it and tap into the prego porn market. Oh, come on. You're probably right. No. $2 from Toad Climbs Mountains.
All the way Virginia, bitch.
He's got his own drop. That kid is going to come out looking like a calico cat with that jizz soup. Jizz soup, my least favorite kind. contrary to popular belief. Mick Buster with a gifted membership. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for that gifted membership. We sure could use your help, so I appreciate everybody throwing us a little something. The Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo empty for today. We got about an hour and change left. I'm hoping we just got back to perfect last night on the evening show. I'm really appreciating you guys. I'm really thanking you. We're going to go into the next thing here. I'd like to see a nice rally get started. And hopefully we can have all the numbers match each other. We have gone down after we stopped with the Candace Owens stuff. That was the big draw for today. That's how we got well over 700 people watching the show. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. And yeah, I'm running out of gas here a little bit. I'm really hoping we can bounce out of this. This Nancy Guthrie shit, man. Are they just going to say she's dead? Because, like, the Olympics have come and gone. All these ransom notes have come and gone. Like, she's dead. Somebody, and I don't know. Like, if you were going to do this as a ransom thing, why kill her? If you were going to just kill her anyway, why do the ransom thing and leave more of a trail? Why haven't they been able to find this woman yet? I mean, this is the kind of person they exhaust all resources for. This is a very wealthy Good Morning America anchor's mother. This is a famous person's mother that disappeared. They now have photos of the kidnappers that they released. They're saying produced no leads on this Nancy Guthrie thing, and authorities say they're close to declaring this a cold case, which means Nancy Guthrie more than likely dead. The photo of the presumed kidnapper did not result in any significant leads. I mean, that's probably because this is literally the picture. Oh my God, it's Kanye. I had no idea that it was Ye all along. FBI sources tell TMZ they don't know the precise day the photo was taken because Nancy's subscription to Nest did not include video. Regretting that one, which would have provided a timestamp based on the FBI's broad investigation. They believe the man could have arrived on Nancy's doorstep January 11th. That would mean 30 plus 44 days ago. Yeah, she's gone. Oh, that was weeks before the February 1st abduction. Okay, so she's been gone for 24 days, which still. So they cased the house beforehand. They were prepared. They knew where to go in, where to come out. Kash Patel said weeks ago the photo was taken the morning of her disappearance. That is incorrect. Oh, great. So fucking Kash Patel continues to get shit wrong. Have we had, like, I know that J. Edgar Hoover was a bad guy, but have we had a more inept FBI director than Kash Patel? I mean, this guy he's embarrassing. I mean, his girlfriend is using the private jet. He fucks up all this Epstein stuff on purpose, lies about it. Now he can't get the Nancy Guthrie shit right. But hey, he stone colded a couple of beers with the hockey team. All right. Now, sources say neither the still photo nor the video from February 1st has helped them identify the getaway car or the suspect. As reported, authorities have been sweeping the area for video of suspicious persons and or vehicles to no avail. Guthrie family's offering $1 million with information that will lead to the return of Nancy, or the return of, Nancy Guthrie. Savannah's the daughter. The FBI's $100,000 reward is still on the table. I think she's probably dead. Now, some people have talked about the idea that maybe one of the family members was in on it. I just can't go that way. I don't think one of the family members was in on it. It could have been a botched ransom by a bunch of amateurs. Comedy Villain says Patel is a complete fucking retard, sits cage side at UFC. Yeah, Kash is really not there to, how do you say, he's not there to do the job. He's there to be in the job. He likes the perks of it, as it were. You Need Me More with $5 says, let's show our friend Aaron a little support today. After all, he does provide us with good rants every once in a while and lots of laughs at his own expense. Thank you, You Need Me More. I appreciate that $5 and all of your contributions. Guys, if we can rally up in the next few minutes here, we can have a shot at this thing come rally time. We need your help. Streamlabs, PayPal. That was the first PayPal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's see if we can't get that nasty, gross part of this show out of the way. Somebody sent me this, said this is what Bonnie Blue's baby is seeing currently. Yeah, current objective, survive. Absolutely. We got a couple of updates on the Nancy Guthrie thing. We've got one from Savannah. This is tough to watch.
Hi there. I'm coming on to say it is day 24 since our mom was taken in the dark of night from her bed.
And she will get justice. Oh, sorry, dark night.
And every hour and minute and second and every long night has been agony since then of worrying about her and fearing for her and aching for her. And most of all, just missing her. Just missing her. We know that millions of you have been praying. So many people have been praying of every faith and no faith at all, praying for her return. And we feel those prayers. Please keep praying without ceasing.
Yeah. I think even they're kind of coming to the conclusion that, it's morbid, but like at some point you switch to, I just hope we can get something to bury, This is the latest Harvey's got in the case on Nancy Guthrie.
Photo of Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper taken some days before she was abducted has resulted in no leads. We have been talking with FBI sources who are telling us that the way they got this photo was through Google, because Nancy did not have a subscription for video from Nest. They were actually able to obtain it from Google the way they did the video. But because there's no video subscription, there was no timestamp on this. So based on their investigation, they believe that the photo could have been taken on January 11th. This is weeks before the kidnapping, but they're not sure of that. It could have been January 11th. That is an operating theory.
Okay, so that's not even a hard date. That's just conjecture. So Kash Patel and his FBI have their heads planted firmly up their ass on this one. Great job. Well, if Savannah Guthrie wasn't a Trump and Kash Patel fan before, it's probably not going to be one now. That's for sure. So they at first, Kash Patel thought it was taken day of the abduction. That turned out to be wrong. Now they're saying maybe January 11th, but we don't know. $1 from Scouse Ghost. Thank you to anybody contributing anything to today's program. We could use it, that's for sure. He says, this is Bonnie Blue's baby all grown up. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hey, look, any grift to make a buck today on what's been a very good show that just hasn't lined up money-wise, unfortunately. Any grift, if you want to send in Bonnie Blue's future baby, you want to put a couple bucks on it. Hey, the first 3.5 hours of this show, I did it my way. And now we're here, so do it your way. Why not? Let's see what Bonnie Blue's baby will look like all grown up. By the way, Los Federales sent us a Bonnie Blue gangbang participant number 437 shirt there. Thank you very much, Federales. Attach a red boy to it, and I'll be so grateful. Joey Caravello with $2 says Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped by Corey Adam and forced to blow Gary Johnson until she overdosed on retarded libertarian social permissive Pekka.
Home run, Jefferson. Go to break.
All right, this is Bonnie Blue's baby all grown up. Let's see. You're correct in the appearance, but I think your shading might be a little off. The shading might be wrong. All right, let's continue. We got some goofy shit. We got an hour left in today's show. We got some goofy shit coming up. We've got some stuff. You're going to like some of it, I promise. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. If you feel like throwing in a membership or anything like that, why the hell not? Sure would be nice. All right. This is a suspect wanted in a traffic stop in Ohio. You know, the people who run from traffic stops, they'd better have a shitload of drugs in the trunk or something. Like something that's going to put them away for a really long time. Because to run away from a simple traffic stop is creating so much more of a problem for yourself. But this guy in Ohio tried to hide in a garbage can. You know, you can try to outrun the cops. That's probably not going to work. But if you can find a good hiding spot, that might buy you a little bit of time. Unfortunately, we had a garbage man in Ohio who was an absolute fucking snitch. Take a look at this one. This is the police looking for a guy who decided to hide himself in a garbage can. Unfortunately, he did it on garbage day, which is a very dangerous day. Okay, that's like some candid camera shit, that part. That guy he opens up the lid to dump it in the garbage can, and the guy's just going, shh, don't say anything. I'm not going to hurt you. Ah, fuck. Look at this. Ah! Oh, no, and he ran it right away. He just starts he's over here. The cocksucker's over here. Scared the shit out of me. Oh, now, he's not giving up, though. He's not giving up. And as he ran away, he probably went, thanks for nothing, asshole. Oh, dude, you ain't going to catch him. Oh, that ain't going to work. Now, they did end up catching the guy. No thanks to that cunt garbage man. By the way, if it was not garbage day, there's a good chance that guy could have chilled out and he might have made it. Unfortunately for him. Well, I mean, if you jump in the garbage can and they're down at the end of the driveway, that is a good indicator that it's garbage day and they're going to be picking it up. So you didn't think that one through, buddy. Didn't work out for Saul Goodman either when he tried to hide in a dumpster. Yeah, they're saying he's running. He's guilty. Yeah, if you're running from a traffic stop, that traffic stop was going to unpack some much more serious charges for you. That's for sure. All right, let's try something else. Long ways away today, guys, and I'm happy about the show. I really am. I don't want to come off like I'm, not happy with it. I'm so thrilled with the show. I'm just really hoping we can notch a win. Every time I have to mention it, I know that, people are going to clip it and do all that shit. So I always try really hard to encourage you guys to stay away from that portion of the show just because it's gay. It's just so retarded. It's like, just be more jealous, fucker. So let's go to this Portland Congresswoman, Maxine Dexter. Now, I've never heard of Maxine Dexter. There's 400 some odd people in the House of Representatives. Most of them you have not heard of. But Maxine Dexter was giving a speech about, I don't know why whole milk decided to come up. I think she was criticizing Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and the Make America Healthy campaign. She was attacking raw milk, not raw milk, whole milk. Wow, we're attacking whole milk you can just get at the grocery store. Whole milk I didn't even think whole milk was controversial. I know raw milk is controversial. There's a lot of people, I did radio in Litchfield for years, and a lot of people were big into the raw milk thing, like where you got to take the skin off the top. And like people were saying we should be able to, bottle whole milk or raw milk, sell it at the farmer's market and do all of that stuff. And that's a controversial thing here in Minnesota. But this Maxine Dexter, she's talking about whole milk, and she's saying that whole milk is actually white supremacy dog whistling. Now, I think all this shit, while it's funny, it's so bad for the country because there are some retards who believe it. Like the people who thought the OK sign meant white power. Whole milk. Oh, you know what? They actually made milk a white supremacy thing during Trump's first administration, too. They said, yeah, milk is a white drink, and Trump fans are drinking it ironically to say white power. It's like, guys, you got to stop. You got to stop trying to find white demons behind every bush. So I'm interested to hear how whole milk is a white supremacy dog whistle, seeing as they sell whole milk at places where white and black people all shop. This is Maxine Dexter. Let's check out the brain power behind Portland, Oregon's Congresswoman.
Please ask for the science-based regimens, not whatever RFK Jr. is getting kickbacks on, or whatever whole milk, white supremacy, dog whistling that's happening right now. I'm getting a little too political, but
yeah. See, I mean, seeing as we're talking about the thing you pour on your breakfast cereal, yeah, I'd say we're getting a little political. But white supremacy, whole milk. What is it about politics that as long as you change the messenger, it's okay to hate the message? Like Democrats were the shop at the food co-op, raw foods, organic foods, consume stuff that's better for you. Don't trust these drug companies. I think it was around COVID that all shifted. That Democrats loved the drug companies and the Republicans became skeptical of their corporate overlords, or at least some conservatives. But it's just odd to me that you could have two people say the same thing and Democrats and Republicans would flip-flop on whether or not they were for it based on if they know who was saying it. Like if Trump said we need universal health care, some conservatives would twist themselves into a pretzel saying that it's really, really good. And if Bernie Sanders said it, well, then it's fucking communism. This whole milk thing, like whole milk has health benefits. To act like it doesn't is kind of silly. But because RFK Jr. goes, I just want to make sure that everyone is drinking whole milk because whole milk has a certain good bacteria for your gut. It can lead to a healthier gut. And if we have healthier guts in this country, then you can handle the beef tallow that I'm going to be making the fries in. And then for Christmas, I'm going to give everyone a dead bear carcass on their doorstep. Like, if RFK Jr., a lifelong Democrat, by the way, liberal Democrat, if he starts pitching whole milk, all of a sudden now Democrats have to hate him. They have to hate whole milk. Whole milk now becomes a white supremacy talking point. I don't know, man. Like in a country that has a very serious obesity problem and has for about 20 or 30 years, I think it's an all hands on deck approach, and anybody who can come out and help us live a little healthier should be welcome. But if their party is the wrong color, then we can't. It's another example of we're not going to fix this problem, are we? Probably not. Probably not. Casper Fast. Let's see if Casper Fast and I can kiss and make up. He did throw us $5, so that's a good sign. I can be bought, that's for sure. Thank you, Casper Fast. $5. He said, Aaron, in my defense, I said, fuck you first. You said it back. We shake hands. Did bless America. I think you mean God bless America. Absolutely, Casper Fast. I just didn't like that you thought I was attacking that soldier. That really did, that bugged me, for sure. Thank you for the $5, buddy. Honestly, if we get a pity red boy, I think we're going to be fine today. That's where I'm at. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate anybody who contributes to the toe. And look, I know things are tough. I get it. Economic times are tough. I'm not sitting here. Nobody is bad for not contributing to this show. Nobody should feel bad personally if we have a day where we miss. It always gets made up somewhere. The audience is always really, really awesome. I just like to hit the day of. It's my weird competitive thing, and I thank everybody who helps us do it. Thank you. Chips and Diff says, how much for Aaron to get a wolf tattoo? It's always good to ask me in the last hour of the show when we're not making, when we've made like $100, because that's usually when I'm the most desperate and you'll get the best prices. But as far as a tattoo goes, I'm really against tattoos personally. Wolf tattoo, $50,000, and I'll get a wolf tattoo. There you go. How's that? 50 grand. Like I said, we have a rule on this show. Whenever people ask us how much to do something, I always give them a number. Higher the number, the less I want to do it. I don't know how many of you have roommates. I think roommates are going to make a big comeback in the future here, seeing where housing prices are going and rent prices are going and interest rates are going. I think roommates are going to be fashionable again. And if you're going to take on roommates, you got to set some ground rules, and you got to enforce those ground rules. But you got to enforce them in a way that won't lead to conflict, and that's the tricky thing. Now, I've never had to have a roommate, thank goodness. In Litchfield, the apartments were really cheap, and then the next thing I moved into an apartment with my first wife. So I've never really had to do the roommate thing, but I can understand where it would be stressful. This is a story out of Baltimore. So you know that they're going to have very creative conflict resolution skills, shall we say. Hey, fucker, we can't hear you. You're Forrest Gumping us. There we go.
Columbia tonight after a man is arrested accused of stabbing his roommate to death with a sword. Caroline Forbeck has the latest on what...
Was it the sword guy? Well, obviously it was a sword. But there's a sword guy in Baltimore. I know he got shot, but I don't think he died, did he? I think sword guy is still alive. There was a former gangbanger who used to patrol the streets of Baltimore with a sword because he wanted to stop gang violence. But then somebody shot his ass, and he found out that you can't like Jedi lightsaber trick and catch the bullets. If that guy's still alive, maybe this is sword guy coming in for, to show his roommate that he means business.
Happened from Howard County Police, and much more from neighbors who are left on edge tonight.
It was scary.
Tiffany Clark says she woke up around 1:30
All right, ready? White neighborhood, black neighborhood. Let's play. Ready, go.
Sunday morning to flashing lights outside her apartment in Columbia.
Out the window, it was cops everywhere.
All right, there we go. Dude, Kenan Thompson gained some weight, though. That's, he's going to drop that before the next SNL episode, right? Like or maybe he's just getting way too into character.
And ambulance. They were focusing on the car, and people were out here crying. I think the family.
Anybody else hungry for pancakes and syrup? The innocent question has nothing to do with the story. Her mama before her mama cooked shrimp. Her mama before her cooked shrimp.
People were out here crying. I think the family.
Howard County Police say officers were called to a reported stabbing on Wood Park Lane. Investigators say 25-year-old...
See, it was a sword, so I was kind of thinking white guy for a minute. That's some white nerd shit. That's how the quartering's going to kill somebody when he finally snaps. He's got a collector's sword somewhere.
Investigators say 25-year-old Jalen Minor was...
All right, well, we know who did it.
Stabbed inside his apartment.
Oh, sorry.
He was declared dead at the scene.
Holy shit.
According to charging documents, Minor's...
They took him away in a garbage truck. Couldn't afford a hearse, huh? That's undignified. So he killed him. He stabbed him to death with a sword over a fucking residential dispute.
Mother was there when her son was stabbed. Police say she told officers her son had been arguing with a longtime acquaintance, 23-year-old Donovan Townsend, who had been staying at the apartment. Police say there was an ongoing dispute over finances. The argument escalated after Townsend allegedly disrespected Minor's mother.
Yeah, that'll get you got. That'll get you got in that world. You don't say nothing about his mama. Bitch better have my money. Tell your mama she better have my money. Nope. And then all of a sudden you got a katana going out through your back. Yep. That's how that one usually goes. That makes sense.
Investigators say Townsend stabbed Minor with a sword before fleeing the scene. Police found Townsend and arrested him shortly after.
It's really sad.
Hiding in a garbage can. Got ratted out by the garbage guy. Son of a bitch.
It's really, really sad.
A neighbor who did not want to appear on camera told WJ...
I got warrants, motherfucker. You ain't put me on camera. Shit.
Minor was a nice young man who was known for helping others around the apartment complex.
And talking shit about people's mama, apparently. Sure, he'd take out your trash for you. He'd help you cross the street, but he'd also call your mother a dumb cunt. Well, how'd that work out for him?
He went to school with my daughter. He's always pleasant. One time I had problems with my truck over there, and he came and he helped me.
Him come and him say, me help you out, me woman. Him up like 7. Him not a rust-cut bumper-clot man. Him Irie.
He's a very helpful, loving person.
Townsend is charged with second-degree murder, assault, and reckless endangerment. He is being held without bond. Reporting on your corner.
Yeah, but he also gets like a couple years taken off for picking like the most badass weapon to kill someone with. Is that not how it works? Maybe I'm wrong then. I will be Joshin said, when all red Power Ranger on the guy. That reminds me. You know what sucks? I gotta say, the fact that the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles never ran anybody through with that sword. Like Leonardo never, we never saw him really get somebody. Raphael never threw a fucking sai through a Foot Clan member's eye hole. Never got to see it. It was always for show. Kind of like how Triple H would bring that sledgehammer down to the ring with him, but then he would always cover up the sledgehammer end and then hit people with it. What's the point of a sledgehammer? Let's continue on here. We got a few people being very generous with the toe, and on a day like today, I really do appreciate it. $2 from Toad Climbs Mountains.
All the way, Virginia, bitch.
He says they got into an argument, and he said, I'll run you through. And he did. He did. Joey Caravello with $5. Thank you, anybody who's throwing in $5 at this point. We appreciate you so much. With any money to the toe for today. We've got a perfect week going, and I can't go into the bank. I promised the evening show, man. They rallied so hard yesterday. I have to give them the bank. I'm sorry. They fucking crushed it. I gave you guys yours yesterday. I got to give them theirs. Let's rally and still find a way to win here today. Joey Caravello says, footage of Aaron in collage. I think he means college. Keep coming with those $5. We can do this thing today. Let's fucking roll, baby.
Now, is there anyone
this is
here
not me in college.
tell me why most alligators...
I'm not putting this up on the screen because not only are we like getting our ass kicked today monetarily, but like you guys keep sending me shit that's going to get us demonetized. So I'll play the audio of it, but god damn.
Are abnormally aggressive.
I know the answer to
This is not me in college.
Raise your hand.
Anybody?
First of all, my college was way less official than this one.
Anyone? Yes.
My college doesn't exist anymore.
Mama says that alligators are ornery because they got all them teeth but no toothbrush.
That was not me. I always, when I stood up to answer questions, I was always I was right on the money. I was killing it, man. I was killing it. Let's open up our, oh, God, you know what? We're almost out of the 8 o'clock hour stories. Then we got the 9s. And then we're out. Help us get a win today in what's been a perfect week so far for the toe. Hopefully I can find something that catches here. And all of the contributions are not out of pity. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Here's what I consider above and beyond. You hit that like button, you're going above and beyond. You throw money at us, you're the fucking only reason we can do this. And I appreciate that. KMD says, Aaron, how much to paint your face like Michael Malice on the Joe Rogan podcast? Well, I mean, it takes money, but also I think a level of the gay gene that I just don't possess. But for me to paint my face like Michael Malice, $4,000. $4,000 and I'll paint my face like Michael Malice on the Joe Rogan podcast. Scousco says, internet drama, try that. No, because I'm 40 and that's fucking gay to be that old. And just the only way, I will say this, me rattling the can for $100 is a lot more dignified than going, I need Aaron Imholt, or I need this person, or I need that person, or I can't do a show or make any money. Dude, it's more honest to rattle a can. It is. It's just more honest. It's more dignified than being in your 40s and being like, I'm going to follow the lives of complete strangers and pretend I know them. That's what we call, in a wiser day, we used to lock you in a facility and say you were mentally ill. But we're a much more tolerant society now. Unfortunately, some would say. All right, let's continue on. I did not know about this Caleb Flynn guy. He was an American Idol contestant who just one day snapped and shot his wife. And they've got the 911 call audio now. They've got all this stuff. I did not know about Caleb Flynn until yesterday when I was getting the show ready. And according to the neighbors, this guy was normal. He was a good family man. He was, take a look at him. He's like a jarhead version of Dave Coulier in Full House. So this guy, Caleb Flynn, they've been talking to the neighbors. The neighbor says, model citizen, great guy. And then one day just blew his wife's head off. As reported, court documents show Caleb was charged with murdering his wife, Ashley, in their Tip City, Ohio home while their two daughters slept in another room. One neighbor says no one in the town would have seen this coming. This is the frantic 911 call. They say that these two lived in like a perfect suburban neighborhood, like Stepford wife type shit. Nobody would have thought. But, really, they always do tell you those are the people that are going to snap one day.
Miami County, 911. Oh, somebody broke into my home. Somebody broke into my home and shot my wife. Are they still in there? I don't know. Okay, what's the address?
Your address is the N-word? Oh, my God. So, I'm sorry, to set this up a little better, this guy tried to play it off like his wife, the house got broken into and his wife was murdered. That somebody broke into their house, he kills his wife, then he calls 911 to tell them that his wife just got shot by an intruder. I got to say, brave call. Like, if you're trying to get yourself out of it, if you're trying to cover up your crime, pretty ballsy to, like, bring the cops right to you.
Please hurry. Please hurry. What are you seeing? My wife she's got 2 shots to her head. There's blood everywhere. Oh, my God.
Then I have bad news for you, sir. I don't think we can do much for you. I can do nothing for you, son.
Sir, please. Ma'am, I need you to take a deep breath, okay?
This is psychotic. The fact that he did this, now the person on the other line doesn't know he did it, but the fact that he did it and he's playing the character of the guy who just found her body this well, that's fucked up.
Do you still see anybody in the house? No, the door to the garage was wide open. Please hurry, please. Oh, my God. My daughters are here. My daughters are here. Where's she at? She's in the bed. Are you with her? Yeah, I am in the room. I'm looking at her. Yes, please. You guys have the
I'm sorry, I'm admiring my handiwork. What'd you say, sir? Nothing is so bad. You should get here quick.
door locked? We have the doors to the garage locked, but into the house, yes. Please. Oh, my God. Where's that room out in the house? My partner's getting them dispatched, okay? But I need you to answer my questions so I can get you help as fast as I can, okay? What question? Where are you guys at in the house? I'm in the bedroom with her right now. Okay. My daughter's in their room.
Is the killer in the room with you, sir?
So you are not with the children? I was with the children when it happened. Okay, but you're not with them now? No, they're in their room. They're not even awake.
They're already. Oh, okay. See this. Okay, this was not a hard one to figure out then, because he said, "Were you in the house when it happened?" Oh, I was in the house. I was in the room with my daughters. So your daughters were awake? No, they were asleep. So wait a minute. Your wife was getting shot in the head, and this person didn't bother you or your daughters at all, but you were in the room with them, but they were sleeping. Try again.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Sir, please.
Sir, I'm gonna need you to stop being a babbling faggot for a second, okay? We're trying to get to you.
They are heading that way, okay? I need you to take a deep breath for me. Are you hearing anything?
No, I rubbed her leg and said her name. She's not answering.
She got shot in the head. She's not going to respond to it. The leg isn't where it hurts, buddy.
Okay. Your daughter's not answering you?
I'm sorry, no. Hold on, I'm putting on her shirt.
Don't go to your daughter's room. Please don't go to your daughter's room, you fucking weirdo. Please don't.
What'd you say?
Your daughter's not answering you?
No, they're across the room.
Okay.
In their room.
Okay. Are you hearing any kind of noise inside the house?
No, her face is, oh sir, her face is white as good ghost.
Now, mind you, he just shot her. He's on the phone with 911. He just killed her and is freaking out, losing his mind, and coming up with this story.
Okay, whose face?
My wife's face.
Your wife's face?
The one who was shot.
She was what?
Shot, I said.
Okay, where was she shot at?
In the head. I hope there's blood everywhere.
We've already been over this. You know what? I wonder, is this guy just a little dense and he's asking questions he's already got the answers to? Or is he already questioning this guy? Because one of the big police tactics is they'll ask you the same question over and over. And a lot of times people will get very agitated I know I hate it, being asked the same question over and over. And that's when you'll get a change in the story if they're not telling the truth.
Okay, is she breathing?
I don't think so. Ashley, baby, please. Oh my God, no, she's not.
Yeah, I mean, if she makes it, she's going to be like Britney Spears in South Park. So this guy calls his own kill in, and tries to act like it was somebody who broke into the house. But they broke into the house, shot her. He was in the room with the kids while they were sleeping, and the guy just left. The two apparently appeared to be a perfect couple. Caleb was heavily involved in church, and Ashley took walks with the dogs and their young children. They even hosted barbecues with friends and family, and they were always polite. Yeah, there they are. That's Caleb and Ashley, obviously in better times. Then on February 19th, a neighbor says his Ring camera picked up police officers arriving at Caleb's home at 2:45 a.m. And then more showed up at 3:45 a.m. until there were 20 marked and unmarked police cars crammed into their idyllic cul-de-sac. Now, this might be normal. I'm guessing this would be normal whether it was somebody else or the husband who killed her. So I don't think that's an indication that they thought it was him. But I'm sure after they started questioning this guy just a little bit, they were like, nah, this is the fucking guy. He doesn't seem like a criminal mastermind. The neighbor says he never heard gunshots and slept through the commotion. But cops found Ashley in bed with at least one gunshot wound to the head and 2 spent shells on the floor nearby. And there's his mugshot. So he didn't make it very long. While no one could believe Caleb is capable of such a gruesome act, his story has been more unbelievable for his neighbors. In the 911 audio that you just heard, he, said that somebody else did it. So now some in the neighborhood believe he did it based on the overwhelming evidence. He's being held on $2 million bail after pleading not guilty during his first court appearance. And this was him. This was Caleb's first court appearance.
Caleb C. Flynn. Mr. Flynn, you have several charges here. Count 1 is a murder charge.
That's a bad one. Feel like we should get that one out of the way here. What do you think? You do it?
Count felony of the first degree. Count 2 is 2 and 3 are both felonious assault charges, second degree felonies. Count 4 is tampering with evidence, a third degree felony, and that's count 4. Count 5 is tampering with evidence, a third degree felony. Mr. Falker?
Matter be
scheduled.
So
the court has to establish a bond, sir, to ensure that your appearance, okay? So the court will establish a bond, and you have the right to tell me, hey, I'm not a flight risk, I am a flight risk, or anything of that nature. Is
That'd
there
be funny, man. I'm getting the fuck out of here the minute I pay. Oh, well, sir, we're going to have to keep you here then. You can't do that.
anything you would want to tell me about that?
Sir, I just want to take care of my daughters. I'm not at risk.
I understand. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, the court is going to order a $2 million blanket bond in this case, covering all of your charges. Should you post bond in this case, the court will order that you be on pretrial services electronically monitored house arrest. Furthermore, the court will order that you will have no contact whatsoever, directly or indirectly through a third party, with you are not permitted to speak to them in any way, shape, or form. That includes electronic communications. You are not allowed to communicate through family members whatsoever. Do you understand all of that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's fucked. Calling it in yourself is a risky move. But then again, so is like trying to dispose of the body or anything like that. Thank you very much to... Oh, where'd it go? There we go. Abel Graham gifting a membership. Thank you very much, Abel Graham. We appreciate everybody who's contributing to today's show. Chips and Diff with $1 says, in memoriam of Johnny, rest in peace, little buddy. Johnny's not dead. Again, Johnny is not dead. He didn't die. Johnny just took the day off because he was tired. He didn't sleep a lot the night before, and he's got a funeral tomorrow, so he let me know at about... In fact, I'll even tell you. Let's see. Johnny told me at 5:01 a.m., so an hour before the show. Johnny let me know he wasn't going to be doing the program today. All right, we got about a half hour left. We are a long ways away from a win today. If you could help, we still have enough time to get close enough to maybe rally it up. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We are perfect at the moment. The week is perfect so far. I would appreciate it if you could help us out a little bit. That would be cool, going above and beyond for the program. K12 War says, sounds like the 911 operator doesn't believe him. I kind of got that vibe too, just because he kept asking him the same questions over and over. Tarnished Maiden says, will Oz be on tomorrow? I like him on the show. Yes, Oz will be on the show tomorrow, and I really hope that we have a nice, easy time of it. Guys, I've been nursing a booger for about an hour. I'm going to take a quick break to gather myself because of this fucking ass fucking we're taking. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, gift like 1 million memberships and just get us out of this. But I've had this snot rocket just sitting in my fucking nose, and I don't want to like blow it out or pick it on the screen. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to pull what's called a dirty move. And I'm going to dislodge this fucker out of my nose. And we're going to do this last half hour and try to lose with some dignity. I really don't want to lose, though. I really don't. You guys give me a second. Oh my. That was sorry, I was just doing cocaine. I lied to you. No, that was not a rocket. That wasn't like, I thought it was going to be a nice solid chunk, right? It was one of those like in Thor where the reality stone is in the ether and it's this sludge kind of a thing. When I got it to the door, when I plugged the one nostril and I got it to the door, and I used a wet wipe to pull it out, not my fingers. It was one of those stringy ones that you feel like you're pulling out of your brain stem. Oh, did that feel fucky? Oh, is that a bit wild? I will say so myself. Holy shit. Dead Game says simply pinch and launch. I would have given you guys a whole show if we were making any money today. That's for sure. $1 from Los Federales says, okay, hear me out. All right, I'm going to hear you out. We take Greenland and make it a survival island. Every time that one of these 6 fucks commits a crime, they are sent to Greenland. It's like a Royal Rumble. Who will survive? I don't hate it. Nerd Locations with $1.99 says Manny or Mayweather, cash grab, total cash grab. Not that either of them need it. Mayweather's never lost. And I've never seen him in there with an opponent he couldn't handle. I mean, he had a tough one with Castillo. He had a tough one with Cotto. But he got the wins. Manny fought last year for a world title. Like, Manny fought the guy that Ryan Garcia just beat for the title. Manny fought him to a draw last year. You know, on one hand, it's hard to bet against Mayweather because he's never lost. It's kind of a shoot till you miss thing. But Pacquiao has been in there with world-class competition in the last 365 days, and Mayweather hasn't. I'm going to take Pacquiao in the rematch. And I think this is a big mistake for Mayweather to take this fight. He's got a 50-0 record that he's putting on the line. It's going to be a pro fight. I don't think he should do it. I think it's going to be redemption for Manny Pacquiao, as hollow as that might be at 47 years old. Is it a cash grab? Yeah, totally a cash grab. I mean, I don't think that's I don't even think that's a secret. Ryan the Garbage Man says, just pick your nose. Nobody's going to judge you. Yeah, but I can't make no money. I can't have a shit result, like a very good show, but a shit monetary result. And then also humiliate. Like, there's going to be enough humiliating clips of me out there today mentioning the goal. So I don't also need boogers involved in that, if that makes sense. Thank you very much to Nerd Locations and Los Federales. We appreciate you guys. We would appreciate the rest of you. Get you some 10s. How about that? How about just let's rally up with some 10s, guys. Please and thank you. We got 20 minutes until I beg. I'm not going to beg today. I'll play the rally music and stuff, but we're heading for a loss that is not a begging. Like, just maintain your dignity and don't beg. All right, let's go into some Minnesota stuff. The Democrats in Minnesota are saying that ICE surge we just had, total disaster. This is Congresswoman Betty McCollum. She was the Congresswoman where I grew up, still is. This is her talking about ICE in Minnesota.
So I'm Congresswoman McCollum. I represent St. Paul, Minnesota, and have the honor and privilege of being Dean of the Minnesota delegation. And we're here just to tell people our concerns and the things that we're expecting to be addressed.
Angie Craig, Ilhan Omar? Or is this one Ilhan? I think this might be Ilhan. This might be Angie Craig.
In the State of the Union. First and foremost, the economy is not good.
That's always nice to hear. It's always nice to hear one of your leaders get up on stage and go, all right, hi, everybody. How you doing? Economy sucks ass. That's for darn tootin'.
Prices are still high. Heating's high. For a lot of us folks in Minnesota, it's been very cold. Health insurance costs have skyrocketed because of the big, beautiful, not so beautiful bill. And
hey,
the way
that's not
that
what it's
it
called.
did not renew credits for families to be able to buy the insurance that their families deserved. Small businesses not being able to have the insurance that they want for their employees.
Isn't it? It's like really fucked up and difficult when a Democrat's right, but you also have to practice being consistent. You have to practice being honest because that's really all you have. None of these people are on your side. She's not wrong about any of this.
All these costs have accumulated, but I'm just going to take a second before I turn this over to my colleagues and just talk about the other accumulated cost in Minnesota. The surge not only had a cost that the federal government was sustaining. We don't know how much that was yet. We know that the president's going to say it was successful. Well, I don't think it was. It's not successful if we have 2 citizens, residents in Minnesota, who are dead.
That's a bad look. I will definitely give Betty McCollum that one. I also don't think it was successful. Well, it was successful in that it got Walz and Homan to agree to, work together a little on this immigration thing. But yeah, the fact that we had to, 2 people are dead in order to get there. I don't, even Republicans are not saying that the Minnesota thing was a good look or that it went well or that we avoided anything bad. Everybody kind of agrees. We blame different people. I think if Walz and Fry would have just opened up the jails and let ICE in to deport criminals to begin with, I think we could have avoided a lot of this stuff. Democrats are saying if Trump wouldn't have done a whole show pony parade thing with ICE, it wouldn't have happened, and maybe both are right. But I don't think anyone thinks the ICE thing went well for Minnesota. It certainly, as a Minnesotan, it didn't make us look good.
Many who have been hospitalized and have permanent injuries from the way that they were assaulted and treated by ICE and Custom Border Patrol. Businesses that had to close. Employees that were afraid to go to work who were U.S. citizens because they were getting randomly picked up, who help, whether it's at a daycare setting, to a nursing home, to assisted living, helping some of the most vulnerable people in our communities. It was a disaster for our economy and for so many families in Minnesota. Let me just close with this before I turn it over. The State of the Union is in great peril. The economy's not good. People don't have confidence in the federal government to do the right thing anymore. And we have a president who keeps insisting that he won Minnesota 3 times and now wants to see our voter rolls and the rolls all over across this country.
I mean, I'm all for cleaning up the elections and streamlining them and making them better so that I think sometimes these politicians get in a way about, they get in the weeds with the politics. Like, why does he want to see our voter rolls? That's not really something that the American people give a shit about in terms of the quality of our country. That's something you political types are jockeying over. So you can leave that out. That's fine. But 83% of Americans, and we were fact checking the State of the Union in real time. Some of Trump's numbers were bullshit, like the DC murder rate was bullshit, but some of it was not bullshit. 83% of Americans, according to Pew polls, do want voter ID. And 84% of Americans want the electronic voting machines to spit out a paper receipt of who you voted for after you're done. And I honestly, I'd be for both of those for sure. Brian says, hey, but the Dow's over 50,000. I love that one. I love the Dow's over 50,000. When inflation kicked in big time, a lot of people went into their retirement accounts and a lot of people stopped putting money into their retirement accounts because they were having a hard time affording gas, groceries, rent, property taxes, things like that. Vehicles, cars went way up. Interest went way up. So a lot of these people ended up raiding those accounts to live day to day. And so it was another transfer of wealth from the most poor to the most wealthy. So I don't think the Dow, because the Biden administration tried to do this too. Well, the Dow. I don't think the Dow has been a more inaccurate barometer for the success of the middle class than it is right now. Because first of all, the middle class, their investments and their pension plans and their 401ks, a lot of them are wrapped up with BlackRock and State Street and Vanguard and all that. Also, a lot of those people stopped investing during those really difficult times and tried to catch up and pay back debt. So they're not enjoying this 50,000 thing the way a lot of other well-to-do people are. Veldrain with $2 says Democrats put fuel in the fire when it came to being against ICE deportations. Get fucked. Yeah, no, there's plenty of blame to go around. Absolutely. And the Democrats played hardball on this. And, the American people voted for, I'll be honest with you, I think the American people voted for more immigration enforcement than Trump's done. We haven't seen the mass deportations. So Democrats fighting against that was, Trump was going to do it because he had the backing of the American people on that one. Thank you very much for the $2, Veldrain. Look, man, we always got an outside shot. We've always got an outside shot at a W. Maybe it could happen today. Maybe it won't, but this audience always comes up big for us at some point. So hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. And if you have like a 20 or a 50 or a 100, if you want to go crazy today, if you want to give us a fighting chance, honestly, if you want to see me beg, I think if we rallied a hundo before the rally segment, I'd beg. But this one, I'm just going to, I'm playing the odds on this and saying I'll take my loss like a man. I'll retreat and hope that we can make it up somewhere else down the line. But we just got back to perfect last night, and it looks like we're going to be far, far away from it again. We might even break last Tuesday's record. Google apologizes for sending out AI-generated push notification that used the N-word. So you remember the BAFTA thing with Delroy Lindo and Michael B. Jordan? So Google sent people a push notification to tell them about that story. And when they did, they didn't censor out the N-word. They just put the word in it, which I think is great. That's what the guy said. The guy yelled the N-word. We're all adults. We can see it in a news story. We don't think that the news is saying the N-word. We think that the guy yelling it out at the BAFTAs. I think that shows that America's getting more mature, that those things can just be sent in a Google push notification. But then when a bunch of people complain and they take to Twitter and they're like, this is terrible, and Google has to issue an apology, it further proves that we are absolute infants still, and we can't handle just basic quotes, which again, not good. By the way, 3 more Republicans today are calling on Tony Gonzales to resign. They want to go with Herrera. Thomas Massey is one of them. Thomas Massey is one of the guys saying that this Gonzales guy has got to go. Got to go. All right, we'll do one more, and then we'll try to rally today. If you're feeling generous, I appreciate it. I'm really happy with today's show. I think we did a great show today. I'm very grateful for all of you who hit like, hit subscribe, and threw a couple of bucks in. Sometimes that money just doesn't match up, man, and you know me. I'm a competitive piece of shit, and I love winning every day. Losses really suck, but hey, we'll see what the next 15 minutes brings. It's going to be a low-key rally segment because I don't want to put myself out there on such an L. I'll look like a complete... I have no problem looking like a complete stupid asshole, but I got to be... For a win, I'll look like a complete stupid asshole. We're getting our ass kicked today. But thank you, because the show's been very good. Mark Levin is criticizing Tucker Carlson, comparing him to Benedict Arnold and Father Charles Coughlin, who I'm sure that's like a Holocaust anti-Jew guy, and his ex-colleague Tucker Carlson during a scorching takedown on his new podcast, Liberty's Voice with Mark Levin. So now Mark Levin has to get a podcast because all these other people have a podcast and they're kicking the shit out of him. So Mark Levin has to do a podcast and get its numbers inflated by donors so that he can show that he's beating this Tucker Carlson. This traitor, By the way, it is fantastic to see a guy who's so clearly Israel first and so clearly on Israel's side to call other people traitors to the country. To watch you root for a foreign power against the United States people's interests, but then call Tucker Carlson a traitor. That's beyond rich, man. That's beyond rich. I don't want to play a 47 fucking minute podcast for a Mediaite. How does Mediaite not get how to do clips yet? Mark Levin, Tucker Arnold. We'll get the clip for you. We'll get the fucking go. Maybe we won't. Maybe nobody. Oh, holy shit. I'm starting to think maybe nobody gives a shit about old Mark Levin. Oh, never mind. He clipped it himself. Thank God.
You know, every American generation seems to have what I would call a traitor.
Oh.
Remember Bennett?
Oh, yeah, like Jonathan Pollard, right? Oh, I bet you think he's a good guy. I apologize. That's on me.
Benedict Arnold. There were others as well. Alger Hiss.
There's Nazis.
And every generation seems to have a leading anti-Semite. David Duke, Spencer, So I want to talk a little bit about him.
Richard Spencer is still the heaviest anti-Semite. We did see how fat he's gotten. Holy shit. By the way, is there a bigger charisma vacuum than Mark Levin? The fact that this guy made it as far as he did, like, I'm oddly impressed by it.
American history in the context of the potential coming war with Iran, recent events involving Tucker Carlson and his treatment of the commander-in-chief.
Oh, how dare he treat that man so poorly. I'm sure it hurts Donald's feelings, and he feels so bad and so terrible. What a nasty guy this Tucker is.
His associations with enemy states, his attacks on our country, patriots in our country.
Patriot. Oh, is he crying? Are you fucking crying? Are you kidding me? You're crying. You bitch. Is he's sobbing because Tucker made him sad. Is Israel this important to you? Why don't you go live there? I don't get it. I don't have a problem with any of you people. I just have a problem with you trying to manipulate us into doing your bidding. Like, just be honest. Stop lying. Be honest actors, and you can be part of the world community, and people will stop shunning you. But you manipulate, and you cry out as you strike people, and like, you slaughter innocent people and then play victim. It's gross. Go move to Israel. Go advocate for Israel. Talk about how great Israel is. And say they should go to war and sacrifice Israeli IDF soldiers to fight for your cause. But don't sit here and use American money and use American airtime and use the American people and use American soldiers, you piece of shit, to advocate for wars that you want Israel to win. My rules are very simple. I'm not anti-Semitic. I don't hate Jews. I just want a little honesty. I just want you guys to operate on the same level we're all operating on. That's all I want. And this, oh God.
Culture, our faiths, and his rabid anti-Semitism and anti-Christianity. So
anti-Christianity? Oh, because he's not a dispensationalist. Those psychos.
There is a historical context to all of this. Now, if you like this little clip that you just saw...
I don't need to hear the rest. I think the clip I just saw is putrid. I think it's gross and gay. Is there a gay button? I'd like to hit the gay button if I could.
You little bastard, you attacked my stepson?
I mean, if you have time, I'd love to. Because he sucks too. Papa Shab says, Mark Levin has beautiful hands, has never even manipulated a tool or object. Does he have slaves that hand him everything? Well, what was it in the Epstein files? It was, they said, like, we count on the Goyim to do the work for us, and we just manipulate the markets. Yay, Jeffrey Epstein, everybody. Papa Shab says, if you liked this Yiddish clip you just saw, hit the nose button. Just click on the big old honker and it'll take you to, I've got a video on my channel of a Palestinian child's head being caved in by the rifle butt of the IDF. It's the, I jack off to it. This is the Mark Levin Show. Oh, that's it, Papa Shab. He said, let the Goyim deal in the real world. That's what Epstein said. Yay. Moo, moo. I'm going to dress in a giant cow outfit for Halloween this year. And when people ask who I am, I'm like, I am the walking interpretation of what Israelis think I am. Moo, moo. Papa Shab says he's hand-mogging. You can't hand-mog me, bitch. Look at those giant ham hocks. You can't hand-mog me. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm a hand-mogger. By the way, never felt like I had smaller hands in the world than holding an NFL official game day football. I don't know how the fuck a quarterback throws one of those. I mean, I have gigantic hands, massive hands. I put my right hand on an NFL game day football. I can't, you pull that thing back, it's going to fly out. I mean, the monstrous mitts you have to be an NFL quarterback should not be understated. Abel Graham says, you don't have to dress as a cow, Aaron. You're already convincing enough. On a day where we're going to take a massive L, you choose to take that shot. All right, let's take about 6 or 7 minutes to play a couple of songs, see if we can make a couple of bucks. Like I said, you're not going to get the let's go out of me because we lost today. We took an L. 170 is the number, and we gave you a little bit of a cushion from the bank. We brought it to 270 today, so we've made $100, which, look, some people don't. That's, I appreciate everybody who's thrown in a couple of bucks. I do appreciate it. So let's, I'm going to bring back Over There for our first song today. And then if you want to chip in a lot of money, like we need hundos, we need 50s, we need 20s, we need the big guns. Otherwise, we'll take a 170 loss today. 165 was the loss we took last Tuesday. That's the biggest loss I can remember in recent memory. So we have a perfect week going right now. If you have any pity donations, if you have one of those big whale drops, I wouldn't mind them. But let's do this one first. Then we'll play a second song, maybe a third. We'll get to 10:30, and we'll see if we can knock it out. Thank you to everybody who contributed today on the show. Oh, fuck this version. No, this isn't what I wanted. It's fitting that that it's going this way. Streamlabs paper. If anybody threw in 170 right now, I'd be tickled. All right, what's the next one? Erika. Yeah, we'll just let's hype train it up. Let's go old school and see if we can't hype train this thing up. All right, guys. Sure would be nice to have some. I mean, we haven't even made anything during this. We don't have to totally fucking give up. I mean, 170 is a big hit for this show to take. It's not a good one. I understand things are tough, though. I get it, man. I understand if you can't, but if you can, please do. I thought we'd have a little bit of a rally here today, but it's not looking good for the old toe. K12 War says, you do a good show. Thank you. He says, maybe instead of evening shows, do a roundtable with guests. Goal is to increase subscribers. Good point. Great point. We do have some things that are happening right now. I need them to happen. Basically, I'm just trying to get these goals knocked out so that we don't have to do them ever again. We got some things coming up, but it's just fucking race against the clock, man. It's stressful. $2 from Vince Griswold. Thank you very much, Vince. That's so nice of you. Thank you, Vince. Anybody who gives any money to this program really does keep us alive. The only reason we've been breathing these last 5 years is because people like that. So thank you. Main Vein gifting a membership. What a guy. What a guy. Thank you, Main Vein. 165 away from today. It's a $165 goal that we're not going to hit. I really hope we can knock it out. Appreciate you guys. Click the Streamlabs PayPal or Venmo link and please throw us a couple of bucks and show that you support the show and you love the show. Yeah, nothing coming in here either. Son of a bitch. Thought we had one today. 165 away. We're going to run out the clock here and then I'm going to head out. This is a shitty one to take. It's the second time in, was it last Tuesday we missed by 165 or was it 2 Tuesdays ago? So this is becoming like a weekly occurrence for us. Which is not good. It's a bad sign for the toe. But hopefully we can get some new blood and some new stuff going on that we've got in the works and we'll be able to stop this nonsense. If you've got 100 would be great. If you've got 200, 200's even better. We got a minute left, and then I'll get out of your hair. Whoa. 1 minute to go, and another record loss for the toe. So if you don't like me, I never want you to be unhappy. I want you to enjoy yourself living on the internet. You're going to love this. This is going to get played a lot. People are going to enjoy it. I hate that, but, it does dig at you. But at least they get to be happy. Yeah, I guess I could go full Israel Reformed Rapscallion. Maybe I'd make a couple more bucks, but then I wouldn't get to do my own show. All right, 165 is the number. Anybody got pity for the toe? Looks like we got nothing coming in. I love you guys. I really do. I love everything you do for the program. You know, look, this sucks. This too shall pass. Hate it. Don't have a good sense of humor about it. I wish I had a little bit better sense of humor about it. Missed by 165. Hopefully the evening show's okay. Luckily, we're coming up on the end of the week. I'll see you again tonight at 6 p.m. Central. Join us then, and Oz will be back tomorrow. Bye, guys.